if you don't change it, I'm gonna have to bounce you. Needs to be changed within the first couple minutes of the meeting starting, so. It's fine. All right, the phone is telling me 9 minutes, so we get some time to kill. Um, Mr. Tanzi, how was the town of Bridgewater?
Oh, it's still there. Re we're we're repairing a water tower, a
Oh
concrete
no.
collar around a water tower,
Okay.
and so they're doing a restoration work, and they're gonna be pouring tomorrow. They were supposed to pour today, but um, things got delayed, so they're gonna do it tomorrow. Which
Nice.
that's an interesting project. We've been having a lot of problems with beavers in their dams because the water levels are so low. They make these dams and people are getting flooded out. They even dam up
Hmm.
the spillways to dams.
Oh,
Uh,
really? Oh, wow.
yeah, yeah. So that's been going on. Um,
You need a
just
crossbow? I can get you a crossbow if you want one.
a crossbow,
Yeah,
you
if
know.
you want to take out these beavers. And
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Conservation Commission might not care for that.
I hear it.
You
I
know
hear
who
it.
can shoot a bow is Maddie. Did you
Oh,
know that?
really?
Oh
No, I
yeah.
didn't know.
Oh, she used to take lessons and stuff.
Hmm.
Doesn't now, but she actually did a Robin Hood where she got she hit the target, then she took
Yep.
another shot and hit the arrow, and the arrow stuck in the other arrow.
Nice.
You know,
That's cool.
we took a picture of it. Um, it was pretty cool.
That I can
So
dig.
you have a crossbow?
I have a couple.
Really?
Yeah, I thought when I first got them, I'm like, oh yeah, I can shoot these I'll shoot these in the backyard. Not a big deal, there's not a lot that I got to worry about. Blah 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 blah. Well, I took it. Um, Actually, no, Chris's project over in Marshfield. You were doing the septic systems for it.
Yeah. Chris
You
McKenna
know,
on Monica Lane?
yeah, Monica Lane. When the original house was still there, I took
Yeah.
it. I drove out there, um, and knowing the house was there, and I asked Chris, I'm like, "Do you mind if I shoot up the house?" He's like, "No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm taking it down anyway." I'm like, "Oh, okay." So I'm probably, I don't know, 60 feet, maybe 60 feet from the door, and the door,
Yeah.
like the storm door, was a wooden door made out of 3/4 inch,
Yeah, I remember it.
like
Yeah.
tongue and groove or whatever.
Yeah.
So I shot it. All right. I shot
Yeah.
it at the door, stuck in the door. I'm like, okay, cool. Did another one stuck in the door. I'm like, oh, that's cool. That's 60 feet away. I walked over to the door to see what was going on. The arrows were through about 5 inches through the
Yeah,
back. Oh yeah,
yeah,
oh the thing
oh
is
yeah,
that thing is got. So after that, I'm like, yeah, I'm joining the gun club.
yeah.
I'm not shooting this in my backyard. So
No, no. Well, that's where Maddie learned at a gun club, and there was an instructor, but she never got her own bow. Now,
no.
my nephew,
Hmm.
when he was a kid, he was into it big time,
Gotcha.
and he had an instructor who she was in the Olympics for shooting arrows, so
Hmm.
he got pretty good at it. And he was a kid, I don't know, maybe he was 14 or so, and he's in his backyard, right?
Hmm.
And and my sister, his mother, told him, "You can't shoot that in the backyard because it's too dangerous."
Yeah.
Well, he had a girl over and he wanted to impress the girl, so he says, "Watch me hit the tree."
Oh no.
So he shoots at the tree, misses the tree, and hits the neighbor's house.
Oh, nice.
And
Nice.
my sister was mortified. And
Well,
she
I can
was,
understand.
and
I can
so she had
understand.
to pay for like the shingle to be replaced on the house, and she was pissed off at it.
Wow.
Oh,
All right, I got 7:25. We still got about 4 minutes to go. I'm just gonna reiterate what I had said before. Anybody that is here, rules of the meeting is that your name has to be on screen. It can't be a fake name. It can't be somebody else's name. It has to be your name. So I've got a B Zeb. I need a full name on that. And Lisa Freely. I don't think that's you, Lisa. So I'm gonna need those changed, please. If not, within the first couple minutes of the meeting being open, I'm gonna have to bounce you. Deb's coming in. I'm gonna move her up here. Over that. Mr. Galley's in. I'm gonna move you right here. Love how you can move the everybody's image. Go.
how do you move an image?
Literally just tag on, just left click, and like if you go over somebody's image, the little handle come up. If you left click that and move it around.
Yeah, as soon as you started talking about moving images, I thought I'd try that myself. I never knew I could do that before this minute.
Yeah, it's nice because I put all you guys at the top of the screen. I put it, you're able to put all the different players where they need to be. So,
Mhm.
You're probably gonna have to tell everybody the name thing again as more people keep joining in.
I know what I got to do. uh, 2 minutes. Who are we waiting for here? Um,
Junior.
yeah, so I'm looking to see where he is. I don't see just yet. He'll be in here in- Right. Right. All right, one more minute to the meeting. Just gonna reiterate, anybody in the general public that doesn't have their full name on the screen, you're gonna have to put your full name on the screen. It can't be iPhone. It can't be Mark's iPhone. It has to be your full name on there. I need that change. I need that changed within a couple minutes, within a couple minutes of the meeting being open. If not, I am going to bounce you. And there's Mr. Baker.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, sir. There's my guy. Nice. Kevin, I'm going to put you over here. Nope, right there. Here. There. That's good. Mike Feely, you're up too. Here. Here. All right, I got 7:30 on the 7:30 on the dot. So there we go. Welcome everybody to the November 19th edition of the Rockland Zoning Board of Appeals. All participating members are participating remotely. That would be Greg Tanzi, myself, Rob Rosa, Bob Baker Sr., Stephen Galley, and Bob Baker Jr. I would entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
I got a second. There it goes. Roll call, Mr. Tanzi.
Yes.
Myself is a yes. Mr. Baker Sr.
Yes.
Mr. Galley.
Yes.
Mr. Baker Jr.
Yes.
And for all those in attendance, this meeting is being recorded and is being live streamed. So again, we're going to talk rules of the meeting. You need to have your name, your full name on the on your screen. This Mark's iPhone is not going to work. iPhone is not going to work. Jeff is not going to work. You need to have your full name on there or I'm going to bounce you. You got a couple of minutes, but that's about it. So with that, I'm going to read. And actually, let me go to page 2 because I know we got other people here. Okay, everybody. Again, iPhone 5. Yeah, we're going to have to change that. You have to put your full name on there. So again, anybody that does not have their full name on the screen is going to get bounced within a couple of minutes. So with that being said, 7:30 p.m. Request for determination of insubstantial change to a comprehensive permit under 760 CMR .56.0511. Discussion and vote to approve request by Attorney Michael L. Feely to change the financing program for the proposed project under 760 CMR 56.0511 and 56.074D5 for the Schoolhouse Apartments Rockland Limited Partnership 40B project. Attorney Feely, would you like to take center stage, sir?
Sure.
Thank
You, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Can you hear me okay?
I got you.
Yes.
Michael Feely, attorney for Schoolhouse Apartments, Rockland Limited Partnership, an affiliate of Conley and Partners, LLC, the developers of the former Holy Family Parochial School. Just to refresh your memory, we received a comprehensive permit on May 22nd, 2022 to develop the school into 27 units of affordable housing for residents 62 plus. And the board, we're very thankful that we received a comprehensive permit. As first of all, a little bit of a timeline, we are much closer. We are within a couple of months of closing on the deal and starting development. 2, 3, 4 months tops. But the reason I'm here is asking for an insubstantial change to condition number 92 of the comprehensive permit, which specifically said that any new owners or that have an ownership interest have to go in front of the board, and their approval would be not unreasonably withheld. But it also mentioned the mass housing as being our financing, and that approval, any tax credit investor approved by them would be automatically approved by the board. It's no longer mass housing, it's the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, as well as the Massachusetts Housing Partnership. And the language that was in there with mass housing was problematic. So we're requesting an insubstantial change. Our application has the specific language we would like to add, which basically says as follows. Any change in financial interest and or ownership and or control of the development must be approved in advance by the board. Such approval shall not be unreasonably withheld. That's old language, but that should stay. However, admission of an investor to purchase the tax credits for the development, which would give them an ownership interest, shall be deemed automatically approved by the board if said investor is approved by the Massachusetts Housing Partnership and or the Massachusetts Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities. So we're asking for that substantial change, insubstantial change to condition number 92 specifically, and a approval of that insignificant change.
Attorney Feely, can I just ask one question?
Yes.
The entity change, the entity name change, was that a state thing? Was that something that changed in the state?
The entity change, was that a state thing? The entity, when you say the entity change, from mass housing to executive office, yes.
Okay, so literally this was just something that changed in the state between the time that we granted the approval and now.
Yes.
Okay. That's really all I wanted to get across. Board members, I'm going to go through you real quick. Mr. Tanzi, any questions?
No, I don't believe I have any questions. Is it fair to say though that if this change had taken place 2 or 3 years ago, we wouldn't be here tonight, that language in that condition 92 would have reflected the ownership entity at the state that's currently there now?
At the time, mass housing was the financing program, and that has since changed. And that at the time, that's what it was, and this is what it is now. I guess that's all. Would we have done it 2 years ago? At the time, we didn't know. It takes on to get the whole tax credit, in bringing in investors and getting the tax credits and going through the state and going through the various agencies takes longer than it takes a while. So that's why we're here today. We weren't here 2 years ago because it was a different entity.
So again, it's basically a name change on the state side. That's it.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I want to, that's again, I'm just trying to make that abundantly clear.
I don't
Tanzi,
have any further questions, Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Baker Senior,
No questions at this time.
Mr. Galley.
Yeah, I am curious. The new wording says shall be deemed automatically approved by the board.
Yes.
But the very beginning paragraph says any change, must be approved in advance by the board.
Yeah.
Those seem like they contradict to me. So do they not contradict?
Well, they don't contradict in that this would be automatic if Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities are okay with the tax credit purchaser.
Okay. Good. So would there be any? So is it? I don't get. Are those two things different activities?
Well, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
That's okay. I'm ignorant of. I'm exposing my ignorance here. And
no.
You know what I mean? And I'm not to put myself down. I'm just saying it just seems like I don't understand what we would approve in advance and what would be deemed automatically approved. Would we a change in financial interest or ownership? Would the change in financial interest or ownership or control be automatically approved?
Well, it goes a little further than that. It says admission of investors to purchase the tax credits. So if we were to sell this to company A, we would have to go like the entire thing. We would have to go to the board and would ask for your approval, and it wouldn't be unreasonably withheld. Obviously, you do some you'd have some information on the new purchaser and that thing. But what this is about is the tax credit investor, which was contemplated in the original number 92, condition number 92. So it's the board would be approving changes in ownership, but if it's approved by the state, essentially, that it would be automatically approved for the tax credit investors.
Okay, so the tax credit investor is separate from the ownership and control?
Yeah. So I mean, ownership and control, that would be if we change the owner of the building, we sold it, you know, that's understandable why
Okay.
the town would want to take a look at that.
All right, thank you. Okay, thank you. That was my mystery. That was, I wasn't sure that I did not understand those are two different aspects. So thank you. That's all my questions at this time.
Right,
Thank you, Mr. Galley. Mr. Baker Jr.?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Feely, just to confirm,
Yep.
this in no way impacts the project insofar as the number of units or the number of affordable units, correct?
Not whatsoever. No.
Thank you. Nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
And other
One
than
last
this,
thing. Oh,
other than this small change, the comprehensive permit is still in effect. I assume there would be some sort of decision that would be filed with the clerk, but other than that, there's been no change whatsoever.
sounds
Thank
good. Mr. Galley, one last thing. Do you have Bob Galvin's letter that he wrote to us?
Yeah, let me see.
I have it up if you want me to quickly run through it.
I have the email, October
Yep.
28th.
Yeah, that's the one. Yep.
All right, good. Yeah, it was behind that. Okay, you want to read that now?
Yeah, just to get it in.
All right, great. So Monday, October 28th, 2024, from Bob Galvin to do I have to
A
read
whole
all the
bunch of
names?
people.
Bunch of people. Okay. Yeah. Subject: Holy Family Church Project. The email reads: I just had a conversation with the development team on some outstanding questions. Of importance to us is the developer is planning a change in financing for the project. They will be submitting a written request to make a change in that financing program, and I walked them through that process. Under 760 CMR 56.0511, the ZBA is obligated to schedule a meeting within 20 days to discuss whether to approve the change. The only decision for the ZBA is to make is whether this is a substantial change to the project or an insubstantial change. The ZBA uses the factors set forth in 760 CMR 56.0711 to determine this. In my opinion, the change in the financing program is likely an quote unquote unsubstantial change under 760 CMR 5607 4D5, which allows for the changes in the financing program. And the open session agenda, or do I have to read that part? The open
No,
session agenda, that's just an agenda
we've already dealt with
description?
that.
Okay, good. And then Robert W. Galvin, Esquire, Rockland Land Use Council.
All right, so just based on that, Attorney Galvin his feeling is that it is an insubstantial change. So at least we got that. So if the board has nothing, then I'm gonna just open it up to the general public. Does anybody want to talk? Does anybody want to speak in favor? Does anybody have a problem with any of this? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to close the open portion. We'll make a decision after.
Motion to
moved.
close the public hearing.
Okay, I got that. I got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, second roll call, Mr. Tansey.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Mr. Baker Senior,
Yes,
Galley,
Yes,
Mr. Baker Junior.
Yes, sir.
All right, Attorney Feely, we're gonna, actually, I have another opportunity to use my cheat sheet, so I'm going to do that. I don't get to do this that often, so here we go. Got to do, motion do, open, open there, hearing none. Okay. Attorney Feely, the board will deliberate tonight and you are welcome to stay. You will receive a decision in the mail with a date stamp. 21 days from the date stamp on the decision, go to the town clerk's office, request a certificate of no appeal. And if no one has appealed, the town will give you a certification. I honestly don't even know if we have to deal with this, because literally this is just a determination as to whether it's insubstantial or not. If call into Deb tomorrow.
Yep.
She'll let you know how it came out.
Okay.
and then we go from there.
All right.
Does that work for you?
All right. We would hope for like a decision or some sort of, if it is in fact granted, we'd hope that there'd be some sort of memorialization to that fact.
It's exactly. I just, again, when it comes right down to it, I don't know if a decision is required, a formal decision is required, if it has to be filed, the whole 9 yards. So in the grand scheme of things, I would assume that it would be, but like I said, give Deb a call tomorrow morning, she'll fill you in. That's assuming you don't want to, you don't want to sit here, because I have a feeling this is gonna go late.
Rob, that last paragraph from Bob Galvin.
Mhm.
It says decision and vote to approve a request.
A memorialization of some sort would be.
Right, so if it's a decision, so if he's saying that it has to be a formal decision, then again, I'll continue with this 21 days from you will receive a decision in the mail with a date stamp.
Great.
21 days from the date stamp on the decision, go to the town clerk's office and request a certificate of no appeal. I'm only assuming that people can, if this requires a decision, people could appeal it.
Yes.
So there's actually an appeal period that's involved here. I'm
not sure if with an insubstantial change there is, but
that's my point. This is my point.
Right.
So just do me a favor.
Yep.
If you want to hang around, grab a cup of coffee, sit down and hold on. If not, take off, enjoy the rest of the evening, talk to Deb first thing in the morning.
okay. Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
Not a problem, Attorney Feely. Let me minimize this. Okay, one last shot on here, just to let everybody know. Anybody that does not have their full name on their view screen here, you are going to get bounced. We can't I can't have, there's a lot of people on here that are gonna want to speak. They want to be here. So Matt's iPhone 2, iPad, iPhone 5, you're going to get bounced. You have 2 minutes, I'll give you the 3 minutes to 10 of to change it. After that, if it's not changed, I'm bouncing you. Mike B, I see you there. You're going to have to put your full name on here. So you've got until 10 of, and there you go. So with that being said, 7:35, remotely conducted public hearing will be held by the Rockland Zoning Board of Appeals on Tuesday, November 19th, 2024 at 7:35 p.m. on the application submitted by N&M RE Holdings LLC, 1250 Long Pond Road, Brewster, Mass. Care of Grady Consulting LLC, 71 Evergreen Street, Kingston, Mass. For a Section 6 finding pursuant to MGL Chapter 40A and special permit issuance. Special permit pursuant to zoning bylaw section 415-16C .6, manufacturing, assemblage, processing, and storage operations that are not offensive by reason of the emission of odor, fumes, dust, smoke, noise, and or vibration, or that would have a negative impact on the environment and conditions within the town or adjacent towns. 415-33 driveways, 415-79 environmental performance standards, and 415-89 special permits to allow applicant to construct a 7,000 square foot warehouse contractor yard and for storage of materials. The proposed warehouse / storage building is to be accessed via Union Street. The location of the premises is known as and numbered 1119 and 1059 rear Union Street, Rockland, Mass. 1119 Union Street is located in both the R2 Residence Zoning District, Section 415-9, and the I2 Industrial Park Zoning District, Section 415-16 of the zoning bylaw, and is further identified as Lot 60, Map 18 on the Rockland Assessors Maps. 1059 rear Union Street is located in the I2 Industrial Park Zoning District, Section 415-16 of the zoning bylaw, and is further identified as Lot 61, Map 18 on the Rockland Assessors Maps. The owner of both properties is N&M RE Holdings LLC, 1250 Long Pond Road, Brewster, Mass. 02631. The applicant and all interested parties are advised to check the town website for additional information. Further details and plans for this project are on file in the town clerk and zoning board offices. There you go. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look for Kevin Grady. Kevin Grady, what's going on, sir?
I am here.
All right, I got you here. I'm assuming that you are going to be speaking for the applicant.
Correct. I am here with the applicants, Bob Murray, Dean Nisgoda, N&M Realty. They are here in my office with me. I believe you can see them on the screen.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
I'm running the audio off of my TV and I'm using a mic. So if you get reverberation and the sound is not clear, let me know and I'll switch out to my headset.
So far, it's all working.
Okay, great. Thank you. As the chair read into the opening, we're requesting a Section 6 finding, and we're also requesting a special permit from the zoning board for storage of materials, assemblage, manufacturing. That's not offensive for reasons reasons of emission of odor, process, dust, smoke, noise, vibration, etc. The chair did a good job reading all that in, so I'll just get into the site plan a little bit, and then we'll go over the merits of the application.
Do you want to do the share screen? Would that that work?
Please.
Do I have to give you permission, or do you have the share screen at the bottom already?
It looks like I'm good to go. I'm just looking for. Does that look right? Yep.
There you go.
All right, great. The property is located at 1,119 and 1,059 Rear Union Street. As you know, it's at the north end. It's located at the north end of Union Street, just south of the Bill Delahunt Parkway, as you can see on this plan. The existing lot is occupied by an abandoned existing single-family dwelling, 1119 Union. It's actually the property is comprised of two separate lots. Assessors map 1860, which is 17 acres, and 1861, which is 8.55 acres. This is the 1059 rear. This is 1119 Union Street. 1119 Union Street has frontage on Union Street, shown here. 1059 rear, I believe, is called rear because it doesn't necessarily have full frontage, but it is part of this overall property. Again, the site is comprised of a single-family dwelling located right up against the street frontage here. The site is essentially a wooded site with wetlands resource areas that bisect the property. The wetlands resource areas are shown in light blue. There is a cart path that bisects the property, but ultimately it's currently just a single-family residential lot, a wooded lot. The applicants are proposing a warehouse for their contractor. That they're site contractors. They basically do municipal site work, installation of water mains, sewer, roadways, curbing, sidewalks, etc. So typical site work contracting. They would like to construct a warehouse to house their business. The warehouse portion of the application is a by right use. The storage of materials. that they're requesting a special permit for is the special permit requirement. As you can imagine, the zoning board or the town would like to know what is proposed for storage of materials. This is going to have impacts to the abutters, et cetera. Warehousing, typically things happen inside and is probably does not have much of a chance to impact abutting properties. So we start with the section 6 finding. The section 6 finding was referred by the zoning enforcement officer. He referred this portion of the application to the zoning board. Essentially, he's asking that the zoning board find that the access from Union Street is allowed by right. And so he's looking for them to make a finding regarding that. Let me back up 1 second, go back to the existing condition here. I neglected to bring up the various zones and where they are located. Sorry about the clicking around here. So as the chair read into the opening, this site is located in 2 different zones. The R2 zone is located parallel to Union Street. I believe it's 200 or 250 feet off of Union Street, but it's parallel. So the R2 zone is located here. The industrial zone covers the rest of the property, or the majority of the property here. There's also another zone line down here. Let's see if that zone line, sorry, it's the same 2 zones. See if I can, there we go. So the I2 zone is located above the yellow line here, and residential zone is located below the yellow line. That is coincident with the property line for 1059 rear. There is access to this portion of the property at the end of Lavina Avenue. Sorry. So Lavina Avenue is here, and it dead ends at the applicant's lot line. So back to the section 6 finding now that I've described the location of the zones. The section 6 finding relates to access of the property through the residential zone, use of the driveway through the residential zone to access the industrial portion of the property. The applicant would like to have access off of Union Street. As you know, Union Street's one of the main thoroughfares through the town of Rockland. I'm going to go back to the larger view here. It's a long, straight, wide road. It's pretty much one of the main arteries through the center of town. The applicant's preference is to access their business off of Union Street, as I indicated, it's a main road. The other alternative is to access the business through the Loretta Ave, Ward Ave, Lavina Ave, Warren Ave access that they do have. The proposal before you here is that we want to only access off of Union Street. It doesn't really make sense to run vehicles through Lavina. We would like to have emergency access. I believe the fire department will probably weigh in when we get to site plan application with the planning board. But that would be gated and it wouldn't be used for day-to-day access. Um, so the by using Union Street, the access would have the business would have access to VFW Parkway, which is let's see, I'll probably show it in. I have to show it on this small map. So VFW Parkway is down here. That's where the business would access, probably to the north, and the south. Sometimes it's the fastest way to the highway. I guess if they're working in Hanover or any towns to the south, they might traverse through Rockland Center. Bear with me for 1 sec. So the intention is to access through Union Street. Union Street in this location has a 750-foot tangent. This is a long straightaway. There's obviously safe sight distance down Union Street to make turns. Currently, this is a cul-de-sac dead end area. There wouldn't be really any traffic coming in this direction at any speed, or in this direction at any speed. All turns are going to be in this direction. So the applicants have given due consideration to the neighborhood of Levine Ave and Warren. They understand that that's a primarily low traveled, low speed neighborhood where kids are probably playing in the street, et cetera, and they do not intend to access the property from that location. Union Street, again, is it historically was a main street. It's a wide road, and it's straight and provides safe and adequate access to the site. The zoning bylaw section 41533 relates to driveways. I've laid out in my application in brief how the application conforms to this section of the bylaw. This was put in there specifically for access to all uses, but specifically commercial and industrial type uses. There is 5 standards that we need to meet for the use of driveways. The first one is that the entrance shall be located the best advantage with regard to street alignment, profile, sight distance, and safety conditions. The proposed driveway, as we're showing here, is at approximately 90 degrees to Union Street, within a degree or two. The grade of Union Street there is only 2.5%, so it's a flat road grade. It's not any steep hills that you can't see over, et cetera. The driveway grade is 1.5%, so that's also a flat access. Again, there's a 780-foot tangent length here, significant sight distance. Considering the grade and alignment, this is safe and adequate. Union Street in this area is posted at 35-mile-an-hour speed limit. Sight distance for 390 feet is required and provided. We're showing that here. And then requirement B, driveways shall be located through the frontage of said land. So driveways are required to actually utilize their frontage. The frontage for this property is on Union Street. So the application and the proposed site plan comply with that requirement. Driveway grades and locations shall be such as to provide for access for emergency vehicles. We did provide a sheet, a detail detailing how emergency vehicles can access the entire property. We basically have 24-foot wide driveways for access, 24 feet wide through here at the narrowest locations. And then we have significant turnaround capability. C driveway grades. So also 24-foot wide driveways. We have at the intersection here, we have 30-foot radius. That's pretty standard for driveways for commercial sites. Driveway shall be located, D, driveway shall be located, all driveways from the edge of the road surface to a point 15 feet onto the property shall be no less than 12 feet and no more than 24 feet wide. Again, we have 24-foot wide driveways. No driveway should be located along the street line closer than 25 feet to any street intersection. Closest intersection is over 1,000 feet away. Based on the fact that the driveway is located through the frontage, and it complies with the standards of the zoning bylaw for driveways, we request that the zoning board make a finding that the applicant is allowed to access the site through this frontage as just detailed and also as submitted in our brief. The second portion of the application before the zoning board tonight is special permit, section 415-16C6, manufacturing, assemblage, processing, storage operations that are not offensive by reason of emission, odor, fumes, dust, smoke, noise, and vibration, or that would have a negative impact on the environment or conditions within the town. As I indicated earlier, the applicants are a site contractor business. The warehouse portion of the project is by right. The part that's before the board tonight is the basically the outdoor storage operations and whether or not they are offensive to the neighborhood through the emissions of odor, fume, dust, smoke, etc. The site plan, excuse me. So again, we're accessing from Union Street. The proposed building is located just in the industrial portion of the property, providing 17 spaces here. We have 12 spaces across. It's basically going to be garage bays for access and parking across the front. We've taken a look at some of the drainage, etc. The applicant is proposing storage bins in this location here. They basically need to store some materials at this location for site work. Materials range from, gravel, sands, various graded aggregates, mulch, loam, etc. The location shown on the plan here proposes basically 250 feet to the closest building on Warren Ave and 449 feet to the closest residence on that's actually Union Street frontage there. The applicant is proposing an 8-foot high privacy fence around the entire perimeter of the project that abuts any residential or abuts any occupied property. They're also proposing in this location here a row of green giant arborvitaes. These basically can grow to 30 feet pretty quickly and can provide a solid green barrier and privacy, additional privacy to the abutters on Warren Ave here. Some of these, there's an existing stone wall that's basically the property line between the existing sewer main and some clearing of these lots over the property line. The woodland in this location is a little thin, so we were going to add additional plantings, i.e. the green giants. I don't think we can restore this entire woodland because there is a sewer main through there. And there's manholes, et cetera, that will need to have access from the town for maintenance from time to time, et cetera. And if there's any issues in the, with the sewer. The applicant is required to and is proposing a 30-foot minimum setback. They're required to keep a 30-foot natural buffer to any residentially zoned properties. So in this area here, we have a 32-foot setback along this entire section. We're proposing to leave that in its current state, but also buffer it a little bit with some additional plantings. In this location here, they're only required to have a 10-foot setback. This property here is zoned industrial, and the requirement is that they need to keep a 10-foot natural wooded buffer. In this location, we're installing a fence at 12 feet, and we're going to maintain that natural buffer. As you can see here too, the abutting property does have some existing woods to help buffer that from any potential impacts from the development. This site here is the same as the industrial zone. So we have the 10-foot or 12-foot buffer proposed. This site here is fairly active. As you can see, there's some piles basically located here. So it's a fairly active site with machinery itself. As soon as we get to the residential district, we do provide the 30-foot minimum buffering that is required for residential zoned areas. Let's see. So there's some environmental performance standards that go along with the special permit application, section 415.79. With the exception of single and two-family residential dwellings, any use permitted by right or by special permit, any district shall be conducted so as to protect the adjoining premises against detrimental or offensive uses on site, including the following 1 through standards 1 through 10. Standard 1, the performance standards that the proposal is required to comply with all dimensional requirements as set forth in the zoning bylaw. We lay out in the first sheet here zoning compliance with horizontal dimensional requirements. We meet all setbacks, coverage, etc. And this will also be reviewed by zoning enforcement officer, a building permit. It'll be reviewed by planning board when we go to site plan, their peer review engineer as well. Environmental performance standard 2, by providing adequate landscaping, including screening of adjacent residential uses, street trees, landscape islands in the parking lot, and landscape buffers along the street frontage. I did just review the proposed screening along Warren Ave and along the rear of the properties on Union Street. As you can see here, a majority of this property is to remain in as natural woodland. This site is it is mapped as estimated habitat, and as such, we will be filing with Natural Heritage, and typically their standard is to allow development of, among many, but the main one that impacts these types of projects is that they typically allow for development of 1/3 of the property, and they require that 2/3 of the property go into a conservation restriction. So the majority of this site will remain, or 2/3 of it will remain in a naturally wooded condition. Environmental Performance Standard 3, by providing convenience of safety and vehicular and pedestrian movement within the site and in relation to adjacent streets, properties, improvements, including compliance with other provisions of the zoning bylaw where required. I did discuss vehicular access on Union Street and how that Union Street does provide a safe intersection and access. The proposed vehicle trips do not go through a residential neighborhood. This is a main thoroughfare, 35-mile-an-hour speed limit. I did provide a trip generation as part of my brief, and basically with currently the N&M has 8 employees. We utilized 15 employees for a conservative estimate of vehicle trips. Based on AASHTO trip generation, the peak will generate 55 vehicle trips per day and 3 truck trips per day. That's 27 in, 28 out. And if you divide that by a full day, that's 3 or 4 trips per hour. Peak hour is probably higher than that. And then there'll probably be hours in the midday where there's no vehicles. Environmental Performance Standard 4, by providing adequate methods and disposal of sewage, refuse, waste resulting from the uses permitted. So the site has current proposal will be to connect this building to the sewer. The site has grandfathered rights basically to connect to the sewer. I think it's 330 gallons per day or 440. These types of uses are low flow. There's no laundry, there's no showers typically in a warehouse use like this. So they're low flow generators. So we'll be using sewer. We proposed a dumpster to the rear of the building in this location here. So it's shielded from view. It's woodland to the north. Any refuse will be located in that location. Environmental Performance Standard number 6, providing adequate soil and erosion plan, protection against of steep slopes, both during and after construction. This red line that you see around the perimeter, we're proposing a 12-inch diameter silt sock around the entire perimeter of the developed area to mitigate any erosion and sedimentation during and after construction. Any areas that are steeper, as you can see in this location here, will be protected with a riprap slope. It'll be armored and will provide a stable slope that will also protect the wetlands resource area from erosion and sedimentation. As you can see, the red lines at the top of the slope, which is the erosion control protection, the silt sock. There is a 25-foot buffer minimum proposed for the majority of the site. In the areas where we can't meet that requirement, we will have to permit, well, we'll have to permit any work within 100 feet of the buffer zone with the Conservation Commission. Any of these others will get reviewed at a higher level of scrutiny. So we will need to go to the Conservation Commission for work within their jurisdiction. But we are providing erosion control as required by Environmental Performance Standard number 6. Number 7, adequate space for off-street loading and unloading products, materials, etc. Again, we have a 24-foot wide access drive that will access the approximately 3.5 acres that's proposed to be developed. I did show earlier the emergency vehicle turning analysis. There's plenty of room to maneuver vehicles throughout this site. We do show a couple of WB-40 trucks. They're basically about 50 feet long. So as you can see, there's plenty of room for maneuvering. The performance standard number 6 is provide adequate site lighting, whether interior or exterior, and all intents light emitting from the operations or equipment shall be shielded from direct view at the normal eye level. I know I indicated on here that we weren't proposing lighting at this time, and I could be conflating a few projects, but I thought I got a lighting plan for this. I will look for that momentarily, but essentially there's no site lighting proposed around the perimeter. This is not going to be a nighttime operation. This is going to be, it's going to meet the standard work hours that's outlined by the zoning bylaw. I believe it's 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. I did have that in this brief as well, but there's no need for site lighting around the perimeter. Lighting on the building is to be hooded wall packs, so they will be shining straight down and they will not protrude over the lot lines. Number 9, by minimizing any material or significant adverse impacts on steep slopes, floodplains, scenic views, grade changes, and wetlands. The 25-acre site has fairly gradual slopes. It does slope from elevation 154 to 122. Again, that's over 25 acres. You can see the proposed grades here. This is a 40 scale. So these are 2-foot drops and approximately 40 feet, which is pretty flat. Again, the areas that are steeper than 3 to 1 will be stabilized with riprap. There is a FEMA flood zone on site. No work is proposed in that area. And the project is designed to minimize impacts to the wetland resource area. We will be permitting this with the Conservation Commission, and the zoning board can condition that. See, general performance standards. Hours of work are Monday through Friday, 7 to 6, and Saturday, 7 to 3:30. And then no work on holidays or Sundays. Any work that's needed outside of those hours needs to be a notification to the zoning enforcement officer and the planning board chairman, and direct abutters 48 hours prior to work commencing. So that would have to go through another approval process and notification of the abutters and zoning enforcement. So the applicant requests the zoning board grant the special permit as proposed, as it complies with all the performance standards and effectively safeguards neighborhood properties and adjacent towns from potentially offensive operations. Specifically, the proposed work hours align with the standard hours of operation for similar businesses in town. The applicants are proposing a privacy fence that will be installed along the perimeter, providing buffering where the woodland is thin along the perimeter. Project proposes a 30-foot undisturbed landscape setback to residentially zoned abutters, 10-foot setback to industrial zoned. Existing woodland will be preserved where possible. Again, approximately 2/3 will remain undisturbed woodland. The material storage that is proposed here is located over 250 feet away from the closest Warren Ave house and approximately 450 feet away from the closest Union Street house. So in periods of limited rainfall, they only use water trucks to spray any exposed soils. Also, tarps, etc. If there's significant dust from stockpiling, but essentially it's the storage bins are located here. This location is approximately 8 feet below the abutting properties. So there's an 8-foot fence, and then there's an 8-foot grade change. So basically, the storage of materials is down in a hole, located lower than the adjacent properties. This will help screen the use from the abutting properties, and it will also help with noise mitigation. If this was located up on a hill over these abutters, the noise may carry more and to a further distance. High noise generators such as compressors, etc., will be for maintaining vehicles will be done inside the building. And the contractor yard does not generate significant smoke. It's not a manufacturing, it's not a power plant, it's not any kind of manufacturing plant, etc. And before I finish, I'll just discuss the operations of what the N&M excavating does. Again, they are a municipal site contractor installing water, sewer, municipal utilities, sidewalks, handicap ramps, etc. Most of the day, these contractors will not be at this property. They will be on site at whatever municipality they are working on at that time. They currently have projects on Nantucket and also north of Boston. A lot of times they'll be going directly to those properties and not even have to come to this site. They have staging areas closer to those locations. This is basically another staging area, and it's their headquarters. Currently, they're renting space. It's much more economical to, instead of spend your money renting somebody else's industrial commercial site, it makes sense to invest in your own buildings, etc. So the two applicants that are with me, they are the owners, operators, and day-to-day operational managers for their business, and they would like to make this their home and keep it a nice, neat, orderly operation and not have negative impacts to the abutters. They want to be friendly neighbors. With that, I will ask the board if they have any questions, and we'll be happy to address them.
Sure. Kevin, can you do me a favor? Could you just unshare your screen for a second?
Will do.
Just want to take a look at who I got, who I have with me now. We got 3 pages of people. No, we still got 2 pages of people. I'm going to ask that, I'm going to reiterate the rules for the rules for this hearing. For those that didn't know or didn't hear, you need to have your full screen name on the for your screen. Yeah, I've got Donna's A32. I've got Tori. You need to change that. Those need to be changed to your full name, so we know what's happening and we know who we're talking to. So I'm going to request that you do that, and if not, we're going to have to bounce you. So with that, I'm going to go back to my my board, and we're going to talk to Mr. Tanzi. You have anything to ask of the applicant?
Yeah, so you're a site contractor. Are you getting feedback?
A little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Not sure what that's all about.
Sounds a little better there.
Is that better?
That's
Okay.
better.
Okay, all right. So, does this contractor, it says you do a lot of municipal work. Do you plow?
We as of right now, we do not do plowing. We spend most of our winters on Nantucket and Cape Cod installing sewer, so we are not locally.
We're not hearing any of that, just so we're
Yep,
clear.
sorry, so they're not currently plowing. They are working on Nantucket in the winters.
And what is to become of the abandoned residential house out on Union Street?
That is proposed to be removed.
Okay. All right. What type of trucks do you operate out of there? You say 55 vehicle trips per day. Is that what, pickup trucks, or what type of vehicle?
That's straight from the trip generation, and that is employees presumably coming to the building, picking up equipment and exiting. As you know, that may not be an everyday occurrence. They may go directly to the site. So it would be passenger vehicles, and then if they are using company vehicles, pickup trucks, etc. And I did provide a equipment list in the so there's a handful of excavators and utility truck, dump truck, some pickups, a box truck, Freightliner. So those would again be on site, but the 55 trips includes commuters.
Okay.
Greg, can I interrupt real quick?
Sure.
Kevin, there was somebody that asked, again, I know we had already said it. Guys, can we have your names again, so that way people know who we're talking to? Kevin, can you introduce them again?
Oh, sure. Bob Murray and Dean Nesgoda.
Teresa, I'm hoping that satisfied what you needed. Sorry, Greg, go for it.
And so, and just so that I wrote this down correctly, your intended hours of operation is 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Correct.
And that's Monday through Friday, and 7 to 3:30 on Saturday.
Correct.
And no work on Sunday and holidays.
Correct.
Okay, all right. And you only got to have wall pack lighting on the building structure itself, not throughout the yard.
that's correct as well.
And the storage, the materials, is that like PVC pipe or what? It seems like you're clearing an awful lot of area in the area out back on the other side of the wetland. What do you intend on storing out there?
So that is a long range aspiration. We really have a lot of work to do with the Conservation Commission and NHESP before we fully contemplate that. We needed to define our our max building for applications with NHESP. So we're not really even certain that that's going to be the storage area, and that's why I'm showing it where I mainly am now. Right.
Okay. All right. I don't have any other questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tanzi. Mr. Galley, you ended up number 2, so talk to me, sir.
No, I don't have any more questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Galley. Mr. Baker Jr.?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just my first question is to you. Mr. Grady referenced that this matter was referred to us by Mr. Rubel. Do we have any communication from Mr. Rubel to that effect and what he is seeking from us?
Did we get I don't know if that was made a part of the filing or not. Deb, do you have that letter? Like, I guess the letter from Tom Rubel?
I have it, and I can put it up if you'd like.
Mr. Baker Jr., would that be satisfactory?
Well, I would like to know if we got anything from Mr. Rubel.
That's how this whole thing starts. We are the zoning board. Mr. Rubel has to fill out, not has to, but what he does is he fills out a request.
Referral letter.
Referral letter, thank you.
Right.
And then it lists his reasoning for sending him to the zoning board.
Okay, and just to confirm with you, Mr. Chairman, we did get the referral letter from Mr. Rubel?
Yeah, I have not seen it. I know it came in. I've heard it talked about, but I have not physically seen it. I've not physically seen it.
That's fine.
If Kevin has it, if it would satisfy you, he can put it up on the screen.
Oh, no, I just wanted to make sure we had everything we needed to procedurally move forward.
Oh, yeah, no, we had this,
Okay.
knowing what was going to come out of this, and all T's have been crossed and all lowercase j's have been dotted.
Thank you.
So,
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Grady, from the intersection of Union Street and VFW Parkway, what's the distance to the proposed driveway?
VFW to the intersection, I believe it was about 1,000 feet.
Okay.
I can get you that.
No, approximate's fine. That's fine. And considering each side of Union Street as you approach the proposed driveway, are there residences on both sides?
Yes.
Okay, and how close do the residences come to where the proposed driveway is going to be at Union Street?
How close to the driveway intersection?
I mean, do the residences kind of run up right to where the property is, right to where the driveway is going to be, or is it?
Yes, pretty much. The nearest abutter. Let me find the right page so I can give you an address. It's like 1117 Union. I don't see that I have that house located on that sheet. Bear with me for a sec. It's probably 40. No, it's probably 60 feet to the driveway. We do have the 30-foot buffer between them, and then the house looks to be about 10, 15 feet off the lot line.
So would you consider that portion of Union Street from the intersection of VFW to the driveway, consider that to be a residential area?
It's definitely more residential than commercial.
Okay, and I think you mentioned that the speed limit on that stretch is 35 miles per hour?
Correct.
Okay,
As opposed to the other neighborhood, which would likely be 20.
all right. And would you, well, and I don't want to put legal terms or traffic terms to you, but would you describe that area as thickly settled?
That's a good question. Well, when I zoom out and look at the difference between Ward, Lavina, and Warren, I would say it's less thickly settled than that neighborhood.
Okay. All right. Let me ask you, just to follow up on Mr. Tanzi's question about what is planned for that area that you said you're contemplating putting something, but there's a whole bunch of things that need to happen first. Can you share with us what your aspirations are for that section of the property?
I think initially the applicants wanted to do more. They envision this as more storage area. As time's gone on, I don't know that that's going to be the use out there. So we don't really have a solid plan for that. We do intend to store materials on the site, or they do, I should say, because they are a site contractor, and the intention right now is to store it in that first initial area that we are showing. And so there's no proposal for that rear area that requires a special permit from the zoning board at this time.
Okay. And if you can estimate for me that particular section of the property where you're not sure what's going to happen with, what percentage would you say that is of the entirety of the property? And again, an estimate is fine.
Yeah. Well, it's probably half of what they're developing. It's probably
Okay.
equivalent to the first half.
So based on what you know now, or based on what you're planning now, it's fair to say that, for lack of a better term, right now, looks like half of that property might be lying fallow.
I'm sorry, I missed the end of that.
Yeah, half of the property might be, I said lying fallow, but it might have nothing going on
Not
whether it's work or
yeah,
storage or anything.
right.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Now, for the part of the property where you do plan on storing things, is that primarily bulk storage, or is it individual items, or what kind of thing you're contemplating?
Yeah. So again, it's material storage, loam, various graded gravels. There could be some piping, PVC pipe, also maybe reinforced concrete, ductile iron. Yeah, so typical site work materials. Again, though, I think if they're working in Beverly, they're going to get those deliveries up there.
Sure.
This is more of a staging area.
Okay. Will there
in a home
be
base.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, in a home base, basically, yes. Sorry.
Will there be gasoline or diesel fuel stored on the property?
That's no
So
salt. No salt either, which I had put in the. If we need gasoline storage, we will come back if you want to condition that.
Okay. So as the plan is now, the equipment that's going to be stored on the property will not be fueled on the property, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Regarding the hours, and I'm referring to section 11. And then there's a recitation of the hours Monday through Friday, 7 to 6 and so forth. And there's a paragraph right after that that says, and any work that is needed after designated hours on Sundays or holidays will require notification to the zoning enforcement officer, the planning board chairman, and direct abutters 48 hours prior to work commencing. Couple of questions in that regard. Who determines what work is needed after hours?
I would say that it's the applicant in a special circumstance would say, we have this project issue, etc. We can't leave this material exposed, whatever. Something out of the ordinary process or use of the land. In order for them to work on something like that, beyond those hours, they would need to contact those, the zoning enforcement officer, etc. And this is straight out of your requirements in the zoning bylaw.
Right. But I also notice it doesn't say that they need permission from the zoning enforcement officer. It just says they notify. So
That's good. Yeah.
So the applicant would determine what is needed, how long it's needed, and the only requirement they would have to meet is telling the zoning enforcement officer and potentially the abutters, this is going to happen. Not is it okay for this to happen?
Sure. Except for the zoning enforcement officer could find that it does not meet the special permit requirements, and he could do a cease and desist or fines if he does not agree with them working over those hours. He still would have the authority to enforce the requirements of the zoning bylaw if he does not agree.
Okay, so let me give you a hypothetical. So, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, but just see how it would work.
Yeah.
So let's say on a Friday evening, or in any week evening, at 6 o'clock or prior to 6 o'clock, the applicant calls up Tom and says, we need to work for at least 5 or 6 hours into the evening doing whatever it might be. If the zoning enforcement officer doesn't agree with that, what at that instant can he do to say, no, you can't do it?
Same thing he would do if a gas station stays open longer than it's supposed to, or a convenience store, or a smoke shop, or any other use. He could fine them. He could use all the tools that a municipality has if they do not listen and or comply.
Right, I understand that, but basically what he can do as far as, well, any action is post the work having been done rather than prior to it having been done, correct?
Sorry, I missed that. You say that again?
So if the zoning enforcement officer doesn't agree to it, then basically he has no tools at hand to say at that point in time, you can't do it and you won't do it. He can only take action after the work is done. Correct?
Yeah, just like a police officer writes a ticket for somebody who's going 37 and a 35. I mean, the intention is not to be out of compliance. And if they actually made the call, I think they know that the answer could be no.
Well, the answer could be no, but at least at that point in time, the zoning enforcement officer would have no mechanism to enforce that no. In other words, it's not a situation of you can't do it. It's a situation of you shouldn't have done it.
Well, in that case, there's fines, etc. I'm not an attorney. I haven't been a zoning enforcement officer, and I don't know all the tools at his disposal to force compliance at that point. but that's beyond what we are proposing here. That's basically, again, like somebody speeding or anybody who's not following the rules. There'll eventually be some sort of fine or issue. Yes, if to answer your question, yes. If they say, I'm not listening to you, I'm doing it, I'm doing what I want to, yeah, they're out of compliance. That's not really the intention of what's going on here.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Baker
Thank-
Jr. Mr.
thank you.
Baker Senior, talk to me, sir. Do you have any questions for the applicant?
Just to follow up on Mr. Baker's question. Does this pertain to only your site, that if you had to work extra hours? Or is it if you're out on the job and the job is gonna go past 6 o'clock and your truck's gonna be coming back after 6, would that?
That's a good question. I would think that most people would pull into the garage and go home. If it's really a major issue and there's enforcement, then they would have to find another way around. Maybe whoever that employee is or one of the owners might have to bring their equipment home that night.
Okay. The other thing is, are you gonna be bringing in any excavated material from your job sites and processing it there?
The intention is to not make this a processing yard. They do obviously have that type of equipment, et cetera. We're open to discuss conditions to protect the neighbors from, processing impacts, noise, dust, et cetera. I believe during construction, they're going to need to process on this site, right? It's pretty standard. We've had discussions, internally here about how the zoning board could condition something like that. And again, this is not supposed to be a processing facility. We threw around that maybe they could be allowed to process quarterly for a 1-week period of time, but I'm not sure how to condition that. And I did intend to make that a discussion with the zoning board.
Okay, I have nothing else at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Baker Senior. All right, I guess it's me now. So the storage area out in the back, if I'm counting it right, are we like 18 feet below any of the abutting residences?
I don't have where we're proposing the bins.
Yeah,
Currently,
okay.
or-
Who said these were 2-foot contours? I'm zooming in on my copy of it right now. These are 1-foot contours. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All that and 9. All right, so it's only 9.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
you would
8
say
or 9.
I thought these were 2-foot contours.
Yep.
So it's 9 feet, possibly 10 feet, depending on where that final contour ends.
Correct.
By the property line. So 9 to 10 feet below everybody that surrounds, correct?
Yeah, particularly Warren Ave, possibly the north corner of 1079, maybe at an equivalent elevation.
Okay. And then the area of the proposed building, again, that's still a little bit lower than
Yeah, it's
it seems everybody around
146.
it.
Yeah, elevation 147.
Okay.
And then what address is this? 1095 is basically at elevation 150. Again, we have an 8-foot privacy fence between the proposed development and all the abutters.
Mhm.
So with that 8-foot elevation difference where the material storage is, plus the 8-foot fence, we're talking 16 feet there. In the areas that are of equivalent grade, we have again, an 8-foot privacy fence and a maintained woodland buffer.
Mm. So, all right, this question is to the guys behind you. How many lowboy trailers do you have? Just one. Do you have a cab? One cab that pulls that, or do you have multiple? Okay. And that basically facilitates any and all sites that you're on if you have to mobilize.
All of it always leaves, if it does leave, it goes from that lot to the staging area. Like right now we're in Revere, it goes to the Revere staging area.
Okay, so if you had to, if you had to make a quick guess, how many times a week does it leave the site? Will it leave this site? If you had to guess, how many times will that leave the site in 1 week? Meaning your site here in Rock.
If you call it one.
Didn't catch that answer.
I'll translate. He said sometimes 0,
Yep.
but he thinks on average about 1 because the equipment stays on site. But yeah, on the most part, yeah, at the site. They don't truck it back and forth nightly. That is a serious expense and a mobilization cost.
I've been working on construction sites since I was 13. So I know what I know what you guys have to go through. I'm just trying to make it obvious for everybody else that there's really not going to be that much big truck travel. From there, again, I heard box trucks. You got 1 or 2. Was it 1, 2? All right, not a big deal. How many employees? It was 8. Is that what I heard? All right, so probably 8 pickup trucks kicking around.
Half go directly to the job.
Okay,
on a
well, a
daily.
lot of people are going directly. Okay, all right. So we'll say again, 4, maybe 5, just regular employees, pickup trucks, just kicking around on site. And even at that, they're going to be dealing with stuff there and then going to a job site anyway. So the possibility that this site is going to be 100% unmanned could happen.
Yes.
Okay. We already said that processing, and when we talk processing, we mean, let's say gravel screening. You get a reed screen all or something like that, and you're trying to process 2-inch minus and 3-inch minus and all that stuff. That's something that's pretty much done on site nowadays. Do you guys utilize screen alls or screen material on sites, or have you done that on your own sites that you've rented before?
Yeah, they have a what do you call it? A reed screen? Yeah, reed screener that's on site.
That you would have on this site, or you would
On
bring
the various, you'd bring it to the construction site.
so in reality, if it was on site, it would only be there for storage purposes only.
Correct.
All right. Unless there
Yeah.
was a required necessity to do something, and you would have to talk to the building inspector and make sure he was okay with it.
One of the things we'd like to float out there if they had a project nearby. I mean, maybe this could be used. So again, we don't want to have negative impacts to the neighborhood. But we also don't want to say this can never happen at this location. So maybe a communication with the zoning enforcement officer, no more than quarterly for a week once a quarter, or a few days once a quarter, something to that effect. So there would be, sparse utilization of it there. I think the abutters are, protected from it based on the site layout that we discussed with the elevation change and the buffering, the fencing, etc. So we don't think it'll be a major impact anyway, but we want to also give some assurance that it's not the intention to make this a processing yard. And that,
So it's not a processing plant. There's no rock crushing going to be happening on a regular basis.
yes, correct.
Okay, and that's again, you're not bringing in bituminous concrete and pulverizing it on site.
Correct.
All right. So what else we got? All right. I know you threw in the little symbology of the big trucks over by the Warren Ave people.
Yep.
Are you really going to park them up there?
No, I was just giving a
Scale
think-
reference.
yeah, exactly.
All right. So there's not going to be any parking up there. I mean,
Correct.
it's okay. I didn't think so. Any and all parking. If anything like that were to happen, it would probably be down on the flat, down on the flat, down by the storage bins. Or again, I'm assuming over by the proposed
The
building.
building. Yeah, over by the building.
All right. What else? It's obvious you have environmental and going back to this page, natural heritage, environmental issues that you have to contend with. And the zoning board knows this based on the plans. And again, all of that's going to have to be taken care of. I think we already know this. All of this is taken care of through the Conservation Commission. All of that is. Okay. What else we got? All right. I don't have anything else at this point. I reserve the point, the ability to come back and if I have any other
course.
questions to ask. But at this point, if the board members, do you have anything else? Do you have any other questions pop up with you guys?
Not for me, Mr. Chairman.
No. All right. So here we go.
Rob, could we have,
Whoa.
Rob, could we have Steve read Allison's letter first?
Allison's
that
letter?
might- Yes, I think that might help.
You got that?
Yeah, let me just make sure I'm looking at the right one here.
It was dated today.
I did not download that. I read it,
Yeah.
but I did not.
Yeah, 1119 Union Street. Just making sure I was looking at yeah, that's not, okay, good. Those were abutters. Yeah, want me to read that?
Mr. Baker asks.
All right, very good. Allison Quinn, Tuesday, November 19th, 2024. Yeah. Subject 1119 Union Street. Dear Chair Rosa, at the meeting of the Open Space Committee last night, November 18th, 2024, the proponent for 1119 Union Street and his engineer presented the project. That committee asked several questions and shared insights on the significance of that parcel, including the estimated natural heritage designation, wetlands, Conservation Commission oversight, and the required site plan review to the planning board. Several abutters were present to have their questions answered and to provide feedback about this proposal. It was made clear through the presentation that the ZBA hearing tonight was to consider the use only, which is allowed in the district by special permit, and the zoning code enforcement officer has also requested a Section 6 finding for access to the parcel from Union Street. Again, the proposal has several processes, starting with the ZBA. Should the ZBA grant both the Section 6 and the special permit, the Open Space Committee will monitor the state regulatory application as this application continues through all the other required steps. The proponent was forthcoming with all information and welcomed feedback appropriately. He indicated that he was amicable to conditions to protect the abutters from concern about noise pollution, etc. Feel free to reach out with any questions or concerns. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that. Mr. Baker, anything else? Or does that take care of it?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, here we go. We're going to open it up to the general public. I know there's a lot of people that are here. All right. Number one, I am going to go back to what I said before about you need to have your full name on there. You need to have your full screen name there. Right now I see a Donna A32. Who's that? Donna A32. I'm talking to you. If you don't change your name, I'm bouncing you, and I'm not going to let you back in. There's an iPhone 5. iPhone 5, same thing. Change your name, or I'm bouncing you. Okay. Sorry, guys. I got to bounce these people. Move. And this one. Move. Okay, so that takes care of that. All right, that's number one. Number two, if you want to speak, you got to turn your camera on. We want to know we want to know who we're talking to. So that's gonna be required. So after that, we're really only talking about the use. That's all we're talking about, the use of the property. Anything design-wise has to go through planning board. Anything environmental, specific environmental topics have to go through Concom. So again, we're only talking about the use. So here we go. Who wants to speak first?
Me, Ken Zabzewski.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find you here. Speak again, sir.
Ken Zabzewski.
Gotcha. What's your what name and I get your name, so your address for the record too.
Is 1116 Union.
Okay.
Can I share
Share what?
photos?
Photos of?
The property across the street in my property, which is directly across the street from 1119.
Sure, if you want to.
Thank you. Can you see that?
Yep.
Okay, that's my house that I purchased back in 1999. And I've completely rehabbed it to the tune of $200,000. And the reason why I'm telling you this, hang on one second, I have to move this. There we go. Is that we've turned the property now into this. And the reason why I'm bringing this up to you is that right here, on the edge of this fence to the edge of this brown edge right here is my complete frontage of my home, which is 40 feet. Their proposed driveway, they're going to use up 24 feet. Their vehicles every day when they leave or when they leave the shop, all those big construction are always going to go through well, I've counted 10 windows that I have in my home, not counting the noise. My question is, I'm going to show you this photo next, is I only have from here to their driveway, as you can see down here, there's only approximately, I think I only have 24 feet in total, plus the road. And this is the area I believe that they wish to put the driveway in. This is the back. This is the tangent that they talked about. We have a space in between the two homes, which is a half an acre, which is just a dead, there's no building. And if we could have the adjustment made that the driveway just helps out the two families that own homes, that's going to be directly across the street from this project. And the other thing is that we put this in. I wanted to show you another photo before that one. I apologize. No, that one, no, it's this one. And the other thing was that we were hoping that whatever that you put in that, like you mentioned on the other site, that you could put arborvitae's or soundproofing along the road. So when you came out on Union Street, that we would, it would cut back on the sound, the noise, and the location of the driveway seems to be very, very important to us. Like I said, I only have 40 feet of frontage, and they have an enormous piece of frontage. And I think that it really hurts the neighborhood in this way. And the last thing I want to mention is that our neighborhood is good, and we are looking forward not to have any litter or extra things that you don't want to be just dumped off on Union Street. It's a residential area.
Blockers.
Yeah. I don't know. That's all I wish to say is that their driveway is going to take up 24 feet. And
Could you
I
stop
have
saying, could you
40.
stop sharing your screen, sir? That way I can see you.
Okay, sure, will do.
Just stop sharing the screen.
Yeah, I don't usually do this. I'm learning. I'm sorry. Hang on, Bob. I got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I
Appreciate that, sir.
apologize.
All right. Let me go. And who's next?
If you don't mind, if I could go next, because I have to actually run in a couple minutes.
Okay. Name and address.
Alex Zotov. I'm at 2 Stanley Ave, so I'm in that right on the corner of Ward. I had a question about the yard. So from what's been discussed tonight, it sounds to me like while they are proposing these bins, it's not sure where they're going, and it's not specified exactly what they're going to be doing. So it sounds to me like it's an open slate with what they could get approval from the environmental folks. And without having some kind of warranties or insurances from a limit on what they're going to do there in that yard, which, as was noted before, takes up about half of the area that they're proposing to industrialize. It's unnerving, I guess, to be approving something where they haven't specified specifically what they're going to be doing, and saying, I understand that they want to be friendly neighbors and all of that, but without, in the long run, depending on where their contractual obligations go, if those things that are being proposed today are up in the air and are abutting 30 feet from the very tight neighborhood that comprises of Ward and Stanley, that neighborhood, that indecisiveness and kind of an open check for where things might go in the future is concerning to me. As a person that I have 2 daughters, there's a bunch of kids in this neighborhood. Everybody's playing on the street. The other point I wanted to bring up is the access on Lavina. They mentioned that, it might be used for emergency vehicles, but is the plan to actually use Lavina to access that industrial area?
Kevin, you want to answer that?
Sure. No, there's no plan to use Lavina for access to the development, only emergency vehicle access.
But there will be a road Lavina will be connecting to the complex.
I suppose if the fire department doesn't think it's a good idea, we don't have to do it. But I think when we get to planning board, they're going to want a secondary means of access. They typically do, based on experience.
Okay, I'm not that familiar with kind of zoning and the boards, but what are the what's the probability that Lavina will be used by commercial vehicles to access the yard?
If
I can personally tell you this as the chairman of the zoning board. I don't want to see it going through there. It makes no sense. But they have the right to do it. So emergency access is really the only thing that they can use it for. The roads aren't wide enough for any of the bigger trucks. It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. So if the board were to approve this, a condition probably would come out that there will be no commercial access from Lavina. End of story. And if they do it, they're in violation of the special permit, and that's where Mr. Rubel comes in and he drops the hammer. So it's not well, I can't say it's not going to happen. We would, if this were to be approved, we would end up conditioning it as such, that
Okay.
there would be no commercial traffic allowed on, to access the van. So if that helps you, does that answer the question?
Yeah. And Mr. Grady, if you could maybe address my previous point about the uncertainty of the use of that storage area.
Sorry, my mute was on. So I don't know, uncertainty. We've described what the applicants intend to store in this area. They have the storage bins. They store, as I said, ductile iron pipe sometimes, concrete pipe, ADS, different gradation, aggregate.
Right. Is there any limitation on what that area can be used for moving forward?
That would come through the Conservation Commission.
Okay. And I'm not familiar with it. What kind of standards are in place? How do permissions happen? Would they need permission to change the type of use that area is being utilized for?
Would they? I guess I'm missing something.
So let's say, I mean, right now they're saying, okay, we'll store some sand, maybe some pipes.
Yep.
Moving down the line, if their contractual obligations expand, is there any regulatory kind of permissions that they would need to seek to expand the utility of that area?
Meaning what?
I mean, if they're
Something
using it
above
for
and beyond
something else.
storage? Something above
Is this going to be solely for storage, and what kind of materials can they right now it's sand and pipes, right? Moving down, it could be something else that potentially could have more dust, more noise. I'm not very well versed in this, so I'm kind of just going from what I picked up. But in terms of the use of that lot, it seems to be very much kind of up in the air and
storage. What they're proposing is storage. Right now, what they're saying is that there's going to be contractors' bins there. There's going to be contractors' materials there, construction materials. For people that have been in the business, we know what's going to go there. But I hear what you're saying. You're looking for a list of exactly what's going to go there. Well,
maybe not a comprehensive list, but more of a limitation that more, abrasive circumstances aren't being kind of taking place there down the line.
What's an example that you're speaking of, though? I guess that's the problem.
Not very well versed in construction and facilities like this, but something that generates more noise, more dust, more nuisance.
I guess that would put us out of compliance with the special permit, and
yeah,
you would contact zoning, who would enforce that we're out of compliance.
Okay, so I mean, maybe very briefly, what are the limits of that permit in terms of what you're allowed to do there?
So I didn't write the zoning bylaw. It doesn't. The the way it's written is negative impact on environment or conditions within the town from emissions of odor, fume, dust, smoke, noise, vibration.
And so that's going to be regulated by the environmental entity.
Offensive by reason of emission, odor, etc. So it could be regulated by conservation, but it's more likely to be regulated by zoning enforcement,
Board of
the
Health.
zoning enforcement officer. If
Board of Health
you know,
deals with the
they're
noises.
if they're all of a sudden burning stuff over there and you have smoke in your yard, you know, then you would call the zoning enforcement officer and say, you know, I think they're out of compliance. They're smoking me out over here, you know,
Gotcha.
and then he would enforce. He would, you know, have to go down and enforce the special permit and you know, give them fines and whatever means he has. And you know, these guys need to protect their investment. They don't want to be spending, you know, money on fines there. They don't want to be out of business, etc. So that's the check and balance in this case.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you. Nothing further for me.
Thank you, Alex. Mary Parsons, I see it. I see you there. And I know you
Yes.
want to talk, so I want to make sure I address you personally.
Okay, what I want to ask is because this is an industrial park and it's got more than one parcel in it and more than one business can go in here, even in the future. And I know there's actually case law where you can't cross residential to get to industrial and vice versa. So this idea that they want to use Union Street, which by the way, this section of Union Street is a dead end. It is not the main thoroughfare through the center of town, and it doesn't have the traffic, and it can't handle the trucks. So there is case law on this that you can't just cross residential to get to industrial and vice versa. And we actually won a state Supreme Court case way back in, I want to say in the mid-90s on that issue. And I have a couple of other things that in terms of what size, I've noticed that they have tractor trailers. And is it possible that they could get a driveway off the Delahunt Parkway?
Is it possible they can get it off of Delahunt?
Isn't all that land conservation land on that side of the fence,
Yeah,
Mary?
I'm trying to zoom out here, and I don't
see a way to do it.
Yeah, there's
You should know that, Mary, what that land is over that side.
That's even more restricted by conservation.
You're sure all of it's more restricted?
Oh yeah, because again, you're dealing with that's number one. Number two, they're still going through they have to be still going through state permit. There's no way their MEPA filing is all done by now. I mean, it's everything that they had to once the zoning changed, they had to redo any and all state permitting out there. There is absolutely no way that they're done with all of their state permitting. And if all of a sudden they want to change things, that basically brings them back to square one. So I don't think I don't think it's possible. Right now, it's not possible. There's no way. Not knowing, but it just sounds to me like that's not necessarily a route that can really be even explored at this point because of their state permit, because of the state that they're in at this point. So,
well, they could open the gate.
I was just about to say
that one's more restrictive.
Well,
that's much more restrictive than going through to the Delahunt Parkway.
Oh, that is going through to the Delahunt Parkway. That is.
Oh, no. The other way to the Delahunt Parkway, because the gate has its own set of state issues and town issues.
Now, again, at this point, I don't think anybody's even thought about doing that. And quite honestly, just knowing what like the MEPA filing is all about, I wouldn't even think to ask them to try to change anything at this point. Because again, they have to still be going through it. It's only been, when did we approve when did we approve the two zones? Was it last town meeting?
Yeah, I think so.
That was
At a special town meeting in November, a year ago.
It was a year ago. It was a year ago right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah,
There's no way
yeah,
they're
it's
done.
going through the MEPA process right now.
Yeah, there's no way they're done with it. If they were done with it, they might be able to modify something, but I really don't think there's any way that right now
The
could
other question that I have is there emergencies, they go to places if there's an emergency in the middle of the night? That was mentioned. So what sort of trucks would they be using?
So they currently don't
Depending
have
upon the
any
emergency?
emergency contracts.
Okay, so and it might be sewer or water piping or whatever
it's
during
more-
the middle of the night?
Yeah, it's more new construction, so I don't think there's they're not running out to fix a broken water main or a sewer main.
they're not a repair entity.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what type of emergency would they be going for?
I don't know.
I
said-
guess
well,
that's why I would have to
like,
go to the building inspector.
but-
That's why I would have to go to the building inspector, and the building inspector would have to kind of determine if it was an emergency.
Okay, so what I caught on their map, for their trucks, they actually have tractor trailer.
One.
Well, how many tractor trailers would be coming down Union Street? Because there are kids on this street, there are bus stops on this street. So when they're coming in at 7, they're coming in right when there's kids getting on buses, and we already have a problem with people running buses when they're stopped.
That's
Where,
not
on this
unique
section of
to
Union Street?
Union Street. I mean, there's bus stops all over every road in every town.
Yes, but I'm talking about this town, and the bus stops are on a dead-end street. Because all trucks aren't going to be just down the dead-end street and taking a left onto VFW Drive. They're coming by me, they're coming up Salem Street, they're coming up Union Street from Market Street. So it's more truck traffic on this road, and then it hits the dead-end part where they don't have truck traffic, and that's an issue. And as to Mr. Zabowski's photographs, he's right smack across the street where all those trucks are going to be turning in and out.
Barry, I don't know if you heard him earlier, but he said most of his vehicles are left on the job site, and occasionally one trailer truck, low bed, may have to come back and pick up some more pipe and bring it to the job. So the material, the amount of trucking going in there is not going to be anywhere near Rad's or PA Landers trucks going through town or anything. I'll almost guarantee you that this company's trucks, you might see them 2 or 3 times a week, if you're lucky, going down Union Street.
What I saw was 55 trucks, and the one thing I know is that's
No, you saw
always the lower
55
number.
you saw 55 vehicle trips per day, they were saying.
Right.
Yep.
So that's always a low number. Double it and you get the right amount per day.
I'm not a traffic engineer, so I can't say double it.
The trip generation is 55 trips per day with 3 truck trips. Based on the square footage, based on the square footage of the building.
They have how many? 12 bays to their building?
Yeah, it's a mechanic, an estimator in there, and then the architectural of this building isn't fully complete. I think we have.
So you
1,
don't,
2,
you
3,
wouldn't
4,
have
5, 6,
12
7. We have
trucks pulling
7.
up to those bays.
We have 7 bays currently shown on this plan, but it's not a full architectural. We haven't laid out the interior.
Still, it comes down to how many people are going to be on site constantly. And I think that number was down to, yeah, there we go. I thought it was down to like 4 or 5. I mean, we're talking, yeah, so we're talking on site regularly. There's going to be 2 people. So that's 2 cars. All right, going out to, coming to work, going to lunch, coming back from lunch and leaving. Maybe for the second guy, same thing. The second person, same thing. Anybody else will be going back there, pick up something and go back to a job site. It's the trip generator is based on the square footage of the building.
Right.
It's not really based on the actual number of people that are going to be on site on a regular basis. And even if you wanted to up that and say double that, 4 people on site with an occasional box truck that has to leave here and there. I just when it comes to the whole trip generator thing, like I said, it's based on the building. It's based on the building itself. But the number of people that are actually going to be on site doesn't equate to that number. The reality is that the trip generator is ultra conservative.
Right. But this is also called an industrial park, meaning you can have multiple businesses there.
So then let's go back to the applicant and let's ask him. I think we already said this. You guys are going to be the only one in this building. That's what the intention is right now.
Correct.
There it is.
And Rob, couldn't we put a condition if they bring in another business, they have to come before the zoning board again?
Yeah, I would think that would be required.
I think Tom Rubel would do that anyway.
Oh yeah. Because that's
multiple buildings require a
Right.
special permit.
Yeah, and multiple businesses sharing the same place that also requires a on. So there are checks and balances to that. So if they're not proposing that at this point.
Yeah.
All I know is that any change to what this special permit says is going to require either another trip back to us or at a minimum a discussion with Mr. Rubel. And then if Mr. Rubel doesn't like it, he's going to send it back to us anyway. So he's pretty strict about this. So I know that. Steve, you were raising your hand. What's up, man?
Yeah, I just want to speak to the concern about the school buses and the students waiting for the bus. I see the school buses. I see the kids waiting for the buses at around 7 o'clock. Though on Union Street, there's too much traffic for trucks to be passing all the buses and everything. I don't see people, going around the buses all the time. And all these bus stops have parents standing next to their children on that road at 7 o'clock in the morning. It seems very safe for the school children as far as traffic is concerned. This is my observation on a nearly daily occurrence. I just wanted to address the school bus concern and the student concern for safety at 7 o'clock in the morning. That's all I wanted to
I would like
distribute.
to address that at VFW Drive, where they do pass the school bus and the parents are out there. And I've had the honk, people honking the horn at me to move on VFW Drive and pass one, and I wouldn't do it. But this does happen, and it does occur there.
And where are they?
Multiple times.
Where are
So
they
I'm
going?
sorry on that end.
Mary, where are they going? I'm trying to figure out where you're talking, like what you're
They're
talking about.
they're going towards Rockland Center
They're going from where?
from VFW Drive, right at the stop sign.
They're coming up VFW Drive. And they're
Right.
trying to take the left to go to the center.
Yep.
Okay.
His property is to the right.
Yeah, this is not there.
I know, but I'm telling you what occurs here.
this business won't change that activity if it exists
Yeah.
at this time.
Thank you, Steve. Mary, if you want to keep going, the floor is still
No,
yours.
I'm all set.
I appreciate it, Mary. Thank you very much. Who's next? Who's next? I have to go back and forth between things here. Kenneth, you already had your opportunity. I see a Brandon Binsfield. Name and address
sir.
for the record, sir.
Brandon Binsfield, 61 Warren Ave. How are you guys doing today?
Not too bad.
Can you hear me okay? All right, I just want to thank the board and the people that are here. Thank you very much. I had a couple things to bring up. One, I very much agree with Mary on calling Union a main thoroughfare is a bit ridiculous after Forest Street, if not before Forest Street. 35 miles per hour is way too fast for that dead end cul-de-sac. But more importantly to me, if I'm reading this right, I work for Newmark Properties, just so everybody has a reference. I manage multiple warehouses. I also manage lab buildings, and I've managed million square foot lab buildings before. I'm pretty good on this kind of stuff. I'm a little new on this particular permit and piece of idea, whatever, piece of construction. But if I'm looking at this correctly, we're talking about a 17-acre plot and an 8-acre plot to support a 7,000 square foot warehouse. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking about over 1 million square feet of paved road to support
No.
7,000 square foot of warehouse?
No.
No.
No. Kevin, how much actual paving are you talking about?
I don't have the number, but we're only developing one third of the property. 2/3 is to remain in open
Okay,
space conservation restriction.
Okay, I saw the bare numbers from I quickly was looking at the numbers from the plot you put up where it had a 17-acre plot and an 8-acre plot.
Sure.
I got a little worried about that. Just for reference for the members of the board, is that in 1982, we got the Rockland Forest, which is only 20 acres in total. A few years ago, that got expounded to 43 acres for the entire Rockland Forest. And this is a 25-acre plot. That's a lot of plot to just bulldoze for storage for a 7,000 square foot warehouse.
But that's not what's going to happen.
Okay, I hear you.
They can only right now, they can only use 2/3 of that. All right. And then
1/3.
after that, excuse me, they can only use 1/3 of that. And then after that, there's going to be wetlands buffers that they got to deal with, a minimum of 25. That's going to take out a lot. You got to get and just as I got to get my numbers right, you got to get your numbers right.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking and not telling. That's why I wanted to get the specifics. So we're looking at 300,000 square feet of paved space.
He's very good.
And no.
That would be 1/3 of 1 million.
Yeah, but you're talking about full paving of the entire thing. Kevin, are you gonna fully pave that whole?
Well,
no.
300,000?
Yeah, I understand. What was I know we talked about, you mentioned a little bit like largest versus smallest vehicles, but you will have like cats and large movers on this site. Since you can't store gas or diesel, will you be driving these off lot to fill them up?
Yeah, they get filled on site on the work site.
But we won't be storing any gas or diesel. So how are we filling them if we're not storing any gas on the site?
They're filling transfer tanks. So
Okay.
They have a company come in to fill the machines on
Yep.
site, on the work
And
site.
That's encountered that's thought of within the 55 per day travel vehicles.
No, there's no delivery truck. Well,
No,
unless
they're
they have-
not delivering it on this site. They get fueled up on the construction sites that they're working on.
Ah,
There you
understood.
go.
Okay. And then we also talked about how we can't, I just want to throw this out there. We can't add leases, as Mary was talking about, adding leases and adding other companies, but we could store for them under your lease, correct?
Not if we condition it to not allow that.
Okay, I would want that condition to absolutely be on this. I worry
what
a little bit about this getting out of proportion, especially with some of these roads definitely being within the 25-foot setback encroachment. This is like getting a permit to then file for a permit to then file for a special permit. I worry about it a little bit, and I want to say as a citizen who's almost on the road that'll be abutting this, and even if I'm not, just as a Rockland citizen, I would like to keep our wild spaces that we have as wild as we can keep them. I don't see this as a great plus for the community or for the town, personally. And it's kind of a big hit for what we have as a buffer zone in our wildlands. Personally, from what I've heard tonight only, I'm getting more into this as I've been made abreast of it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right, I gotta go back and forth between screens here. I saw, where are you? Kate Hanley, I see your hand up. You're gonna wanna unmute yourself.
Hi, thank
we
you
go.
for allowing me to speak. I appreciate it.
Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Kate Hanley. I live at
with the
1085 Union.
Okay.
I have a few questions, but one of the ones I wanted to ask first to Mr. Grady is when trucks are leaving this planned site to go to the sites to work, what time do those sites open?
7 a.m. Yeah, 7.
And are the sites within under a minute of our Rockland location?
Yeah, Revere and Nantucket currently, so typically
Oh.
not.
So to get to a site at 7 a.m. when it opens, you have to leave before 7 a.m. But you said your hours were between 7 and 6.
I was gonna say
So
that.
there's they rent staging areas in these, for these projects that are far away.
I understand that, but
on the
so are you
property.
moving them the night before, the afternoon before? How
They don't-
are these trucks getting out before 7 a.m. or after 7 a.m.? I'm familiar with construction work. My brother is a manager at Stonebridge, and we've visited his sites, talked with him, and I know how early he's at work. And I know how early work begins. So to be getting your materials there, I also know you're leaving before 7.
Yeah, so that would be a planned mobilization during working hours to stay in compliance with the special permit.
Okay.
So
So
those conditions from the zoning board that would not allow for anything prior to XYZ time. I don't know what time, but I mean, it's just
No,
that
he just said that, so I can take that picture with my camera.
somebody's
I-
talking.
And say that it
Kenneth.
was, 6:50, and then they're doomed.
I
Kenneth, mute yourself, please, sir.
I understand, Mr. Rosa, what you're saying. And I know, a company that's able to buy a property like this, put all this money into all these funds, and, the fines are going to be drops in the bucket in comparison if they need to get out, but it doesn't affect the families, which again, I agree with the gentleman who spoke before and Mrs. Parsons, that I don't appreciate the calling of Union Street.
I think Bob Rose is
not-
your friend.
Not residential, or comparing the Warren Ave neighborhood, is that what it is, the other one?
Yeah,
to-
yeah,
to being
that's
way
fine.
more of a
Kate,
family.
can I interrupt?
Rob, you might have to boot Ken.
Yeah, I know. Kate, can I interrupt you for a second?
I'm so
Kenneth, one more. Yeah, I muted you because we didn't need to hear you. I hear you talking about it. I hear you saying my name. One more shot and you're gone. Thank you. Kate, I apologize.
That's okay.
I couldn't hear you because of him.
Can you hear me now?
I got you.
Okay, I just wanted to be known. I don't know if Mr. Grady, you've been down Rockland. I'm hoping so, I'm assuming so. Where I live, I have kids. I have 3 small children. I think I can count 7 kids within the 2 houses next to me, house across the street, that are under 10. So to including my own 3 that learn to ride their bikes on the street. I mean, it's a dead end, and anyone who lives on a dead end probably treats a dead end the same way. That's where families are raised. That's where kids learn to ride bikes. And so I just feel a little slighted in the fact that I don't think the full research was done on anything beyond VFW. By name, it's Union Street, but by eyeballs and ears, and living there, it is completely residential, besides Resky, which is whatever, grandfathered in, or I don't know what that is, but their trucks are small in comparison. But
Commercial entity that exists and is working out of and accesses Union Street. Is that what you're talking about?
Resk?
Yeah.
Yes, I live next door. I know what they are, but I'm saying that, like, you know, they
Okay. So there's already
Like
somebody out
that.
there that's doing it. Okay.
Yes, and Mr. Rosa, I don't know you as well as you don't know me, but
Mhm.
I and I'm just asking this very respectfully.
Oh, yeah.
Your moderation seems a little biased. Unless you're just trying to move things along. I just feel like everything I'm saying that I'm trying to direct to Mr. Grady. I don't know how town meetings work, but I'm just wondering, and with all respect, like, I just feel like my questions are being, I don't know.
No. Ma'am,
That typically how this works? I'm not sure.
what you need to understand is that you are not the only one that has these same concerns.
Oh,
I think everybody that's here has these same concerns. We've got several letters, again, delineating all these same concerns.
Yep.
The zoning board knows this. The zoning board knows what the status is going on up there. We know that it's its own little world up there. We understand this.
And I fully appreciate that, Mr. Rosa, the time that you guys have taken to look into this and to
Yeah,
allow all of us to speak. It means a lot. Again, I'm new to this whole public meeting thing, so I appreciate even being able to hear my voice heard. My other question was in regards to talking about going through to the base, and pardon my archaic speech. I know the base from my grandfather landing planes there, but the hockey school didn't seem to have a problem getting access recently. So what's the difference with that project and their access to Delahunt and this ability here? And
Kevin, actually, you can speak to that, can't you?
Yes. So that project actually had frontage on Bill Delahunt,
okay.
so they were able to access that.
Oh, okay. So the screens I wasn't able to see that side of it. So you don't have any frontage.
Correct.
Okay.
Or we would. That would be a nice access.
Highway
Yeah,
wise, yeah, you'd be
yeah.
better. Anyway.
We're basically confined to what the existing access is.
Right.
And just to go back real quick to one of your comments before with the chairman. Typically, the way these public hearings goes, the questions go through the chair and then get directed to me. So I've been kind of waiting for him to redirect.
As have I.
And again, I want you guys to be able to speak directly with each other.
Rob,
Yeah.
that skating rink
Yep.
on Delahunt, that property is actually in Rockland. It's not in the air base. That had frontage on Delahunt Parkway.
Mhm.
After that was put in.
Yep. They ended up
That's how they
purchasing
get in
it
there. Right.
Because technically, the Kevin, you can answer this. Their frontage was technically on Forest Street, wasn't it?
Yes, and then they purchased a parcel that fronted on Delahunt.
Right.
So then they were able to access Delahunt, which is, a much better, a more well-traveled road than Forest Street.
Right.
If we could get to Delahunt, we would absolutely do it.
Yeah. And then my last question, and I'll pass it on, is in regards to the special permit that said, I know you mentioned in the meeting last night that it isn't specifically laid out for construction sites, but obviously the dust and all the other stuff and fumes and vibrations that you've mentioned. I know that you also mentioned about like spraying, and I just was wondering the infrastructure with Rockland to be able to do that, to offset the dust that is not allowed, or any fumes or anything else coming from the site. Is Rockland able to support that infrastructure, especially with, our fragile system?
So they do have a water truck. Um, I guess if they were over there, they don't have a draw limit currently, right? So if they're drawing water out of the main, their utility and user fee would go way up, just like anybody else, and that's the deterrent. Just like anybody else, it would get to be too expensive.
It would be, but I'm just wondering to minimize that, because it's clear in there, and I don't think that would affect me, but I think of the other neighborhood with the dust, and it does travel, and even like the vibrations. I remember when they put in the hockey rink in my yard, I could feel them and hear them, which is crazy because I'm pretty far away. So you guys will be a lot closer. So I'm just wondering how that will be dealt with. And then I'm done. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Kate. All right, let me go back and forth window wise here. Right. That's Andrew Delpre. There you go. You're gonna wanna, there you go, unmute, and that's Andrew Delpre. What's your address, sir?
1126 Union Street. Good evening, board and the applicants. I just had a few comments, questions, concerns regarding not only the premises and whatnot, but also the traffic. I understand that you guys were looking at the employees themselves, but is there any limitations or anything stopping other contractors from dropping excess materials from local sites? I work road construction. I've been around construction my entire life, and quite often, if you're working on a job site, you get excess gravel or whatever it may be, millings from a road grinding nearby. You need to usually find a home for it. If 123 Excavation, for example, decided they needed somewhere to drop material, is there any limitations from stopping these trucks from coming down Union Street and dropping materials in this storage yard? If you have, say, 500 yards of material you need to move, it's not going to be 1 or 2 trucks a day. It's going to be 20, 30 trucks a day in and out. Is there any limitations on that or anything to be clarified there?
Kevin, ask your applicant if they're going to be taking storage from other companies.
They are not going to be taking storage from other companies. They're not in that business. They're in the construction, not materials business.
If it came down to it, again, if the zoning board decided to approve this special permit, there would end up being some sort of condition on there that stated that there shall be no, an external storage or something like that from other companies other than, other than the owner or something. The word, I mean, Kevin will help me with the wording, and obviously, when it comes right down to it, the rest of the board would help with the wording of it, but the board wouldn't allow that anyway. And that's because that's harboring somebody else. That's allowing somebody else to store stuff on your property. We already have a problem with that in town anyway. So.
Yeah, I was just aware of that. Like, I was just trying to use, for example, other contractors around this area. They quite often obviously take materials from other local contractors because, again, they were looking for a home for materials, but that clarifies that. Another question is, you guys are talking about a water truck to mitigate dust, and there was a gentleman on here earlier that was asking about the paved amount on your industrial development. If a majority of it isn't going to be paved, it's obviously going to be dirt. So during the summertime and dry periods such as right now, the property would have to be, quite often wet down, and that's hundreds of gallons at a time. And to add on to Kate's point was, she was talking about the water draw, and you were saying the water draw coming off of Union Street. We are quite often in a water ban. So the other option would be a well, and due to its vicinity to the air base and how they have hundreds of wells monitoring PCBs, PFAS, and other stuff, if that became an option as a well for watering down their site, is the water going to be tested?
So we're proposing recycled asphalt. And they also have water meters that they're the off-site work sites that they can draw from as well. If there's some sort of issue with Rockland water. And at the moment, there's not a proposal for a well. That has not come up in our internal discussions.
So to keep the site, the dust on the site mitigated, you guys would be drawing water elsewhere and bringing the truck in to water down your storage yard?
If there was an issue with getting water from Rockland, and it was necessary to stay in compliance with the special permit, if there was dust emanating that was impacting abutters, they would potentially have to go to another option.
You could also use calcium.
Yep.
And then last night, I know you guys earlier were talking about a 16-foot drop between the abutters to where your storage bins are, but you were also saying last night on the open space committee meeting that there'd be 30-foot piles of material at times. That's obviously taller than 16 feet. What, again, I understand there's a buffer and whatnot, but trees, so to speak, in an 8-foot fence doesn't mitigate dust from moving to any of the abutters. Is that something that you guys are commonly going to have there? Large piles of stockpiled material?
We could do a pile height restriction. I believe 20 to 30 feet was stated last night out. And in the bins we have there, I don't know how you get it higher than 20 feet. So if the board wanted to put a restriction on that, they would be amenable to that. And then if it's going to be a long-term stockpile, then tarping is a possibility as opposed to continuously watering. And these are, in times of drought, which we've been in for a little while. So it is a concern, and we understand that. And to stay in compliance, they would need to address that if there's dust emanating from the site that's having negative impacts to the neighborhood.
Okay, and then just one last point. Was one of the board members had asked you about a thickly settled neighborhood. By definition, thickly settled is houses closer than 200 feet together. And quite obviously from VFW to the end of Union Street, houses are quite tight together. At times, they're only 80 feet, 60 feet to each other. It's an old neighborhood, obviously, with a lot of history there.
Where are you getting the 200 feet from, Andrew? Last I knew was thickly settled was 30 feet.
30 feet? Okay, then
Yeah,
that's news to me,
feet,
but
200 feet is farm country.
I know, but I was just saying by definition, by what I know, by definition, it was 200 feet. But if it's closer than that, it's fine. I'm not going to argue with you on that point. That's fine. But as someone else had noted, 35 miles an hour in that neighborhood is way too fast. That neighborhood is, again, quite thickly settled and quite often has a lot of children in the neighborhood running around the streets and whatnot. And sidewalk condition is not in the greatest condition anyhow in that area. So sometimes you're stuck to the street, to walking in the street. So big trucks, at times coming in and out, kids and a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit doesn't exactly all mix together. I'm just figured I'd, throw that out there. That's my last point.
Appreciate it, Andrew. Thank you very much. Teresa, I'm not
problem.
forgetting you. I got you now.
I'm just trying to make light of the situation. Teresa Buffon, 15 Commons Circle, South Rockland, coming on board tonight to support my North Rockland neighbors and friends. And I had a question, on Mr. Rosa, maybe you can answer it, or maybe you already have, and I'm just not, knowledgeable about these affairs. But on the vehicle, trip generation analysis, it was broken down by vehicle and by truck. I'm not so certain I know the definitions of those, because attached to the application right above the trip generation analysis, the page before it, there's a list of like 30 vehicles, and they seem like pretty major vehicles to me. Trailers, there's like 7 trailers, rollers, compactors, sweepers, excavators, there's like 7 of those, loaders, utility dump trucks, utility trucks, truck. I mean, these are major vehicles, some of these. And are they included in the 3 trips per day figure? Or are the trucks that are 3 trips per day just the Ford 250s and the Ford 150? I think there's 2 of those. And the vehicle trips, 55 per day. I mean, we know they're not passenger trips. I mean, you talk about the 2 people there, like that's significant. That doesn't really have anything to do with the trips, because you got people coming in and out. You got other employees jumping in the trucks, leaving their passenger car, jumping into a truck and leaving it. So I guess what I'm asking is, what constitutes a vehicle and what constitutes a truck? Based on that list that's on the application.
I'm going to Mr.
answer that?
Senior on that.
Okay. Teresa,
Yes, sir.
all the excavators, the loaders, let's say the rollers, trench boxes, compressors, and sweepers, all would be brought in and out on a flatbed trailer. They would not be driven on the road.
Oh, but they're on a trailer, which is driven on the road.
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's good. Thank you for that explanation.
Most of these vehicles or equipment would be on the site, at the job site. They could be there for a month, could be there for a year or 2, and then move to another site that they're doing. A lot of this equipment will not be at the job, at the location on Union Street. They're going to be out making money for the company. They don't want to see this equipment sitting idle.
Yeah, that was exactly my point. So they're going to be moving off the site and back onto the site. Are they considered truck trips or vehicle trips? I'm sorry?
Occasionally.
Okay, yeah, I understand that. But in the generation analysis, what is the definition of vehicle? Is it these big trailers, or what is the definition? I mean, I'm looking at this, I'm going, oh, there's only 3 truck trips. I mean, what are you guys complaining about? There's only be 3 trucks going over there per day. I don't know what those other vehicles are, though. Are those other vehicles trailers and heavy equipment, like you're saying? So we're not getting 55 passenger vehicles crossing over. I mean, it's kind of like, it's deceiving. Looking at this and not seeing the vehicles up above, I mean, what's everybody complaining about? There's only going to be 3 trucks on Union Street. That's not true. Do you know what I'm saying? So the word vehicle includes big things that are going to be going over Union Street. It's as simple as that. It's going to include trailers, correct? I mean, correct me if I'm not seeing this.
So it's a combination of passenger vehicles coming to work and passenger vehicles leaving, plus the trucks.
Okay,
so you could.
Why are the trucks in a different category then if you include them in vehicles? Why aren't they included in truck trips?
Yeah, they are singled out as truck trips in the submittal. So for example, an 8-employee analysis resulted in 40 trip ends per day. And
Right.
then the actual equipment moves or equipment trucks is a smaller number. So you're going to have, pickup trucks and passenger vehicles doing the majority of the trips, but you're going to have trucks doing a smaller portion of the trips. That's mobilizing the equipment that would be on the flatbed or within the box truck. There's only probably 2 seats in those. So you have you probably have 1 driver, and the people who come to the site help load it, and then they hop back in their passenger vehicles and go to the site.
Right. How do they get home from the site if they're leaving the trailer there and not returning to off of Union Street to your site?
Yeah, those
Get
same
their
passenger.
vehicle. How do they get home? How do they get their passenger vehicle to go home?
Yeah, they would drive straight home. So again, it's mostly passenger vehicles with
No,
one
you're
driver.
misunderstanding me. If 3 trailers are leaving 3 trips per day and they're driving flatbeds and they're leaving them at the site, as Mr. Baker had noted, and I didn't know that, and I appreciate that wisdom, that they're leaving the trailer there, the flatbed there, overnight or for months or years sometimes. How are they getting back to get their passenger vehicle?
So it's the analysis is trip ends, right? So it's actually divided by 2. It could be the flatbed could go out, drop off the equipment, and come back.
Right,
so that's
exactly.
2 trips.
Okay. That's it. That's all you can do for the day, according to this.
Right, and that's all that's anticipated from a contractor yard of this size.
So most of these trailers and compactors and all this other heavy equipment is gonna just sit there on the side and never go out.
No, it'll be on the construction site. You don't want to move that. You want to move that as few times as possible because it costs money to move stuff. So you get it on the site. And a lot of these sites now have construction fences where you lock the equipment in, and they have storage boxes, etc. So if you're working in Nantucket, your mobilization costs are high. Beverly, Somerville, etc. Your mobilizations get expensive. So you move your equipment there, and you leave it there as long as you can.
Okay, so we're to believe that only 3 flatbeds per day are gonna be leaving that site.
We actually think it's a lot less than that based on, their current.
So all your stuff is out on construction sites.
Correct. In a perfect world, then they're billing for it.
And Rob,
Okay,
in there,
that answers my question. Thank you. I don't believe it, but thank you.
in their analysis, the 55 trip per day with 3 trucks is based on 15 employees. On 8 employees, it's only 40 vehicle trips per day with 2 truck trips per day. So everybody's talking about the 55, but they're not talking about the 40 trips.
They're also not taking into consideration that a lot of times you're transporting from construction site to construction site.
Right.
You're not doing it. You're not working on a site and again, down the Cape. You're not working on a site down the Cape and then necessarily bringing all your equipment back to your site where your home base is. You're taking it to another construction site that you're working on. You're not even going back. You're not even going back to going back. So that's why they're looking at very limited trips to and from. So, and I dig it. I understand it. Again, I don't like the trip generator because I feel that that's false. I feel that that's
But
false.
my whole point is that the vehicle trips include trucks. I mean, they have to. So you're telling me that you have 55 or 40 even passenger trips back and forth per day?
No, if it depends on how many people you've got on site, because you've got somebody, you got a person coming in,
Yeah,
leaving for lunch, coming back for lunch, and leaving for the day. That's one person if they don't bring their lunch.
yeah.
So, and it's just that's why again, these trip generators, they deal in ultra conservatives. They don't deal in the reality that most the professionals within the business do, they understand. But it's a conservative number that engineers have to work with. And that's what they have to present. So that's where it's coming from. And believe me, I understand I understand your insecurity about this. Believe me, I do.
I live in South Rockland, but I'm willing to go sit up on Union Street and count the number of flatbeds that come out there per day once you get your operation undergoing. And I'll eat crow if I'm wrong and you only have 3 flatbeds a day going out. And I'll take you all out to lunch at Lucas if I'm wrong. I'll
We'll
do
make
that.
that a
I
condition.
don't have anything else to do. I'll sit up there.
That'll be a condition of the special permit if the zoning board were to allow this.
Oh, God, I miss you, Mr. Rosa.
So
Those trucks that you would see are not coming from this job site or this business. They're coming from other businesses, not this site. You would have
his
you would have
driveway.
you would have
We
to
sat
sit
right in front of his driveway, Mr. Grady's driveway, or the owner's driveway. Everything coming out of there belongs to that.
after the project's built and
Yeah. I mean, can you put a limit on that, Mr. Rosa? A conditional limit on the number of
it is something that I don't think we ever have, but I do believe that it's something that we could condition. I don't think we ever have, but again, I'm not saying that it can't.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
That is because I know we can condition time periods. We can condition where driveways are supposed to be. I know that if it works within the design, and if it works within the zoning bylaw, number of trips. We probably can. We've never done that before. I don't remember. And I've been on this board for a while, and I don't remember ever limiting a number of trips per se. But like I said, the number of trips is based on a calculation that's over conservative, like way, way over conservative, based on what they're telling us, and based on real experience, it's going to be way less than that. More specifically,
if it's way less than that, then they wouldn't have any objection to a condition.
That makes sense. That makes sense. It's something that the zoning board can definitely and will definitely consider. Thank you for that suggestion.
Thank you for the time.
Not a problem. All right, let's go back. Let me just go back between here. Mary, you are raising your hand on 2 screens, so I'm gonna come back to you one time.
Okay. I just want to answer something that Mr. Binsfield brought up. Was in the accessory uses, it does say that petroleum products can be stored there. Petroleum storage facilities. So are they going to be able to store diesel? Gasoline?
Not if we don't let them.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to say that's the best way to say it.
Yeah, we're not proposing under this application. I guess we could come back and request it.
Not only that, the fire department, the fire chief will
You would have to
review that too.
Yeah.
So.
And one more, are you going to clear cut this whole area?
In phases. If so where the proposed building is, yes. And in the areas we need for storage of materials, yes.
Are you going to clear cut up to everyone's property line?
We are going to develop the property up to the allowances of the zoning bylaw.
That doesn't quite answer the question.
So
Are you
no,
gonna
so
clear
no.
cut up to the 30 feet? Or are you gonna clear cut all the way to the property line and then backtrack 30 feet and put up a fence?
So we will not clear up to the property lines.
Okay, I think that's what everyone knows, would like to know.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Thank you, Mary. Let me go back. Okay.
Can I say something?
Oh, absolutely. Go, Steve.
I don't know if I want to make sure I follow this, but the concern was raised about petroleum storage as a special permit, but that would require a special permit, which means they couldn't just do it without coming to the board for permission, right?
That's an accessory use.
An
It's listed
accessory-
as an accessory use.
It's a petroleum storage facility.
Yes, it does.
It's
So if-
uses
that-
requiring special permit.
It's all I'm seeing is accessory use, and it's number C, petroleum storage facility comes under. Yeah, it does require a special permit. Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Either way, it still comes down to they would have to, we wouldn't, at this point, because they're not asking for it, we would end up conditioning that it wouldn't be available, that it wouldn't be allowed. And then
Yep.
if they wanted to change that, then they'd have to go for a modification.
Yeah. So basically, it's not a concern really on this application at this time because they're not asking for it, and you said we'd make a condition anyway.
Oh, I would think so. I mean, if they're not, it's a concern for everybody.
Yeah.
They're not asking for it.
Well,
Make
what I
it-
mean, what I mean is it's a as much as they are concerned about it, it's not a risk from this current application.
No.
Okay.
Correct, because it's not allowed without a special permit, and we haven't
Good.
asked for it. So the zoning enforcement officer wouldn't issue a permit, nor would fire department, et cetera.
Good. I wanted to settle people's fear of that.
Appreciate that.
If
I
I
don't-
think, Mr. Chairman, if I
May-
can get a clarification on something.
Mr. Baker Jr.
Yeah, even though they're not asking to be allowed to store fuel oils there, we can still condition that, can't we?
Condition it to allow it to condition
No,
it
to prohibit it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and again, it's something that it's allowed, they're not asking for. We're not gonna, so I would, and knowing what's happening here, there's no way yes.
Rob, that petroleum storage facility
Mhm.
is like the tanks that are down on Plain Street. That's the intent of that, was petroleum storage was guys storing the stuff there to sell it to the general public.
That's
Delivery
kind of what I
trucks.
was thinking. That's kind of what I was thinking, because in the grand scheme of things, and I don't know of too many, I really don't know any contractors that store diesel on site anymore. It's just,
No.
it's not
Not feasible,
it's not economically possible at this point.
because they have to have double line tanks.
Mm-hmm.
They have to have a 4 foot wide by whatever the length of the tank is, bulk to put the tank in,
Mhm.
with sand on the bottom, so that if they have a spill, it spills in the sand and they can have someone come in and clean the sand out and get rid of it. They can't just put a tank in the yard
Mhm.
with a funnel and pour it into the trucks. There's a whole that's a whole different set of regulations that they would have to follow to put a storage tank in. And I don't think they want to spend that kind of money.
No,
It wouldn't be worth it. Be
it's
cheaper
even
to,
more than I thought they had to do, so.
oh yeah.
All right, and now we're gonna go a little bit further. Here we go. Where we go? And I don't see anybody else raising their hand. I don't
May I speak?
yeah, you're gonna have to change your name though. I see Mauricio, but I need your first and last name on the screen.
My last name is Ramos for the record.
You need to put it on the screen, sir. I've forced everybody else to, so you're gonna have to do the same thing.
Okay, give me a moment.
All right, so we'll come back to him. Oh, there we go. You haven't changed it, sir.
I know, I'm looking because I use other meeting. Thanks.
All right. Anybody else want to speak while he's trying to figure out the procedure here? Anybody else? Anybody else? All right, Kenneth, I will come back to you. You're raising your hand very nicely.
Briefly, last night at the meeting, they mentioned that when the trucks are out to locations and the drivers bring them in the morning, there would be up to 5 to 7 people always in the yard, because those people would be in the building repairing trucks. So there would be compressor noise in the neighborhood daily, because they mentioned last night there would be 5 guys, 5 to 7 people working the yard inside the building daily to do repairs. That I just wanted to add in terms of noise and what's going to happen in this project. Thank you.
Kevin, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I don't there must have been a miscommunication. There's one estimator on site and one mechanic regularly. If there's 5 to 7 people, it's, loading and exiting. So the regular daily attendance there is 1 to 2 people.
Okay, well, I heard a different number last night. And thank you.
Rob, if I may follow up on that from Ken. It also said that when the mechanic was working in the shop, the doors would be closed, the compressor would be inside the building, wouldn't be outside the building.
That's correct.
Okay, so there wouldn't be any noise, minimal noise coming from that building.
My point was the amount of people working in the building, and I have another just a short question. If it's a Sunday and it's snowing, do all the guys come back here to pick up their plows and they go plowing? Or they're not doing that? Is there plowing going along out of this site as well?
Thought that was already answered.
I didn't hear it. That's why I asked.
Yeah, they don't plow.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. You're welcome.
All right, now we go back. Did he get? Now we got Mauricio. All right, we got the last name on there, Todd. So again, Mauricio, just name and address, please.
Mauricio Ramos, 942 Union Street. I missed some of the meeting because I had an emergency. How many shifts would this business be open for?
Say again?
How many daily shifts? Single shift?
Yeah, what the hours of operation we discussed earlier, that's 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's closed.
Okay.
That's what the allowance is in the zoning bylaw.
Okay, that will be in the zoning bylaw. So at 6:05, I can go and park my car in front of your road, in front of your entrance, and nobody can come in, right?
No, it's against the law to block someone's driveway.
Okay, so who's going to enforce these hours? What will be the fines stipulated for them for breaking the business hours?
You would have to contact the building inspector in writing, and he would enforce it.
Okay, and then now this building that will be closed so the noise does not escape it. Would there be measures to account for sound insulation, and would there be any bylaws applicable to their business saying that their bay doors must be closed during business hours, because we all know mechanics work with those open all the time. Because we do not have a noise ordinance bylaw built into the town. And if you're gonna approve this, can you build into this change a noise ordinance specific to the whole town or to them? Because the thing is, all the houses here very close to the street. Any heavy trucks that drives by, my house shakes, and I'm sure they're not going to fix my house with structural damage from the heavy machinery driving by my house. Because Union Street is not built for heavy trucks, in my opinion, because I live here. When a truck drives by, my house vibrates. We're on top of a ridge. If you come to my house and you look down one end, it goes down. You look down the other end, it goes down. It's a ridge. It's not meant to have, I believe, I'm not an engineer, but heavy machinery should not be driving up and down the street all day. We can even have sidewalks. You're going to tell me now you're going to have big trucks driving in front of my house and destroy the road that's already run down even more?
Kevin, do you want to address that?
Sure. It's a public way. This property has frontage on the public way. It's a industrial zoned property. It pays taxes. It has the same rights as anybody, pretty much any user. As we've indicated, we have low anticipated truck vehicle trip ends here. This is not a high trip generator type of business. As far as garage doors open, when compressors and any machinery that's being used that creates loud noises, the doors shall be closed. Yes, you're right that people like to have airflow through these types of buildings, but there's also strict rules for this special permit where they're not allowed to have negative impacts to the abutters. And the enforcement for all uses in the town and throughout the state is through the zoning enforcement officer. That's the mechanism for these types of uses. I think I got it.
Do you have contracts with, or I mean, maybe I don't know if this is appropriate. Do you contract work with the state or the federal government that is carried at nighttime, where you may have to leave and come late night with equipment to fulfill your contractual obligations?
No.
Highway, excavation, anything of that sort?
No.
Okay.
They're more municipal than state highway, overnight type projects.
Okay. And I don't know, is there anything built into this bylaw if they become a disturbance where they have to provide remediation to the neighbors with soundproof windows or anything?
I don't think so. I think the standard is offensive. I think if there was damage, that would probably be a civil action, but I could be, I don't know, Rob or
that would be a civil infraction that you would have to prove he damaged your property in a court of law.
Okay. So the limit will be 3 trailers per day coming in and out?
It's not a
Or
limit.
the
That's a statistical analysis based on the use. So the what do they call themselves? The International Transportation Professionals, ITE, has, as long as I can remember, put out these manuals based on measurements of similar uses. So in this case, a contractor, trade contractor of a certain number of employees, they would do they would measure trip ends for a certain period of time to create the statistics. So they would have, in this one case I'm seeing here, they did 20 studies and they did the data plots, and then they create a curve through those data plots. So it's a statistical analysis, and we try to, and we put our numbers in there and see how we fit that curve.
How many employees in the company as of today?
Currently, there is 8.
8. Does the town have a copy of your organizational chart?
I'm not sure.
And that would be a good thing to have. And also a list of your 1099 drivers that you may have that are not employees but are contractors. And you only own 3 trailers, correct?
Yeah, and I thought that was answered. They only have the one trailer.
Only have 1 trailer.
Yeah.
Okay. Expansion plans? Is that being
None.
disclosed? None. Can the town limit on how many trailers may be parked at the up the streets?
There's 7 trailers listed on the application.
He said 1, now it's 7. You see, the story's getting
7 on
twisted
the
now.
application. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm looking right at it.
There's one tractor.
Oh, I thought the word was trailer that was used. I'm sorry.
So you have 7 trailers to carry 1 tractor.
Do you want?
How many excavators? You understand? It doesn't add up.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, so we currently have job sites currently in Nantucket, Barnstable, Revere, and Somerville. I rent a staging yard at Nantucket with 2 houses, so we're not even there in the winter. I have trailers in Nantucket that don't leave Nantucket, including a loader that's listed on that. So there's actually 2 trailers in Nantucket. There's 2 trailers down in Barnstable, and there's 2 trailers at the staging yard up in Revere. I have 1 lowboy trailer that's actually at my yard, and most of my guys, other than myself and my mechanic, are actually going directly from their house in the morning to their site. And then during the winter months, and when we're on Nantucket, this will be the 2nd year in a row we've been, the crew is living in a house on Nantucket. So the only 2 people that will be in there during that time will be myself and the mechanic. And the mechanic won't even be there every single day because he's typically on a site fixing a machine at a staging yard that we already rented within the company.
Okay, so you run 4 different sites with 8 employees.
So like Nantucket, Nantucket is only in the winter months. Okay, so each crew has about 4 guys. Nantucket's in the winter months. Revere is in the summer right now. There's a crew there, and then there's a crew on Barnstable. So there's 8 guys split basically between 2 ways.
But so to the board, this doesn't add up, right? So he has 4 sites. It's operated by 4 employees at least. He says he has 8 employees working out of the site, but when you do 4 times 4 is 16. It does not add up what they are promising that the business will be.
We're not on all sites at all times.
So you just stop a construction site and move to the next.
You can't work in Nantucket in the middle of the summer.
I understand. So when you're in Nantucket in the winter, you stop your other 3 sites or 1 other site. You understand? It's a business. Business. The business model does not add up. I know there's seasonal work, but if you have 4 crews in the winter, there's 16 employees. And I'm just pointing out, a few minutes ago, you said you had 8 employees.
So there's 4 total sites, and they're on 2 of them at a time.
Okay. I think there needs to be an investigation, or there needs to be documentation documenting how the company really operates.
Okay, now I'm gonna
Because-
shut that now.
No.
I'm gonna shut this that now. I'm shutting this down now. You're going into you're going into things
Okay,
that
got it. Okay, I'll stop. But
no.
it doesn't add up.
Rob,
They've
could I,
already talked about how many people they've got working. It makes sense that they're not working on every site at the same time. So, and that's how the math works. Bob Baker Senior, you were saying something?
yes, they're all talking about 7 trailers, okay?
Mhm.
Three of the trailers, one's a tow behind light bar. The other the other 2 are tow behind compressors that are towed by a pickup truck, not a big trailer truck or anything. There's only one here, trailer, that is a 55-ton low bed. That means it can carry an excavator. The other one is a 10-ton, which can only probably carry a roller, a small roller, or the sweeper attachment for the skid steer, the walk behind compactor, the aluminum shot beds, steel boxes. So these are not, Teresa's thing saying, well, you got listed 7 trailers. Yes, there's 7 trailers, but he's telling you 3 of them are tow behinds. One's a 55-ton. And the other one is, there's a 10-ton and a 20-ton, which can only carry, by DOT rules and regulations, up to 10 tons worth of, including the trailer and the equipment.
Okay, but
They're
either
small.
way,
They're small trailers.
but Mr. Baker, what's gonna happen when this business open, if it opens on the street? Sometimes things are already decided before it gets to us. Is we'll have an alarm clock right in front of our houses between probably 5:30 and 8 o'clock every day.
Why don't we just put Jersey barriers across Union Street at VFW and tell the trash trucks they can't come and pick your rubbish up? Those
They come
trash
at 7
trucks,
o'clock. They start at 7.
tons.
They start at 7 o'clock, sir. They don't come into the neighborhood before 7 o'clock.
They start right at 7 o'clock.
Correct. They don't, but this business will start at 6 o'clock.
And they're there all day long, driving up and down all the little side streets and everything up there.
One day a week, 1 day per week, sir. Fridays. When there's a holiday, they come on Saturday. And they do not start
Okay,
until
Mr.
7
Chairman,
o'clock.
we're getting way off track here.
Yeah, I
Can
know.
we,
Okay, no.
Mauricio, this is what happens when you come late. We've already talked about all this stuff.
No kidding.
Well, there was an accident, so I couldn't be here. I had to be at the
Sir, I
hospital.
appreciate
Okay.
that. I do appreciate that. But unfortunately, everything that you're talking about, everybody has already brought up, already talked about.
Okay. Okay. Alrighty.
All right. So going back here, do I see anybody else? Board members, anybody want to speak? Anybody got anything else? Did we lose Mr. Tanzi? I feel like we lost. Oh, okay, there he is. There he is.
No,
Okay.
I'm
You were
here.
sleeping. You were
No,
just resting, you were just
I
resting
was-
your eyes.
He was doing
Dog
work.
was getting wild,
He
so
was doing work.
no, I wasn't doing work.
Nice.
No, the dog was getting rambunctious, so I muted myself.
Thank you. Thank you.
Not to disturb.
All right, I'm
Has
gonna
the
go
dog
back
settled
to-
down?
Oh, Mr. Baker Jr., I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I was just asking Mr. Tanzi if the dog has settled down. That's all.
Yeah, my wife took him.
All right. I'm gonna go back to the applicant's representative. How do you guys feel? Is there anything else that you need to talk about? Is there anything else that you want to put forward?
Not that I can think of, Mr. Chairman. I think we're all set.
Okay, board members, do you got enough info do you think you got enough info to make a decision?
Well,
Yes.
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we got yay, Mr. Tanzi, you were gonna start talking.
I just, did Bob Galvin have communications with Tom Rubel regarding the access from a residential into an industrial area?
That I don't know. I would assume so because he sent them to us.
Okay. All right. Does anybody want to do a site visit or walk of it?
I don't necessarily think that's a bad idea. It's up to the board.
No?
It's up to the board. I know that area pretty well. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily need to go on a site walk, but board members, if you and Mr. Baker, senior, I would assume that he's been up there several times over his lifetime.
I spent a month up in that neighborhood, paving the roads,
There you go.
pulverizing them
So
and
that's
everything.
that's two, that's two, but that's not you guys. And I don't know if you other three have been up in that general neck of the woods and you know what it looks like.
I go for walks up that way all the time.
All right, so Steve, you've been up there, so you know that you know what's happening up there.
Yeah.
So it comes down to Mr. Tanzi and Mr. Baker. If you feel that it warrants a site visit, I would be on your side. If you don't know the area, and if you haven't had a chance to get up there and look at it, well, I would vote. I would be there for you, because technically this is one of those situations you need to look at it.
I wouldn't object to it, Mr. Chairman, but unfortunately, I can only do it on a weekend, and I don't want to inconvenience the other board members with that limitation.
We've done them on Sunday before.
I know we have. I just don't want to force you folks into doing it. That's all.
Rob, your screen froze.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rob.
Good. I'm glad it's not me.
I can always go up there myself. It doesn't need to be a part of a formal site visit, assuming the applicant would have no objection.
Yeah.
No objection.
I haven't been up in that area in a long time.
Oh,
and I don't recall ever.
We
I'm
lost
sure I've
Rob.
been around the cul-de-sac, but I don't recall what it's like.
Hasn't changed much.
We lost Rob.
He'll be back.
Yep.
Did the same thing to me too.
Yeah. Does anyone feel that they need a site visit before we, just close the meeting and make a decision? I mean, if anyone feels strongly about it, they should advocate for it.
I don't.
Okay.
I do.
Well,
No,
we're talking voting members though, so
Yeah.
unfortunately.
It's just the driveway.
Yep.
So we're just waiting for Rob to come back.
Yeah, it's reconnecting, he said.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll give him a minute.
Man. I was afraid I was going to lose my connection earlier. It's froze on me for a minute. But it's
Mine just kicked me right out.
Mm.
Shut right down. Hey, Greg, can we take a 5-minute bathroom break?
Yeah, I think that'd be good. Why
Oh,
don't we
he's
do?
joining.
Yeah, good idea. Oh, is he joining?
He's joining.
Oh, yeah, I see.
There we go. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yep.
we
Can't
can't
see
see
you.
you, but we can hear
Can
you.
you see? Can you see me?
Yeah,
We
we
can
can
see you
see
now.
you.
We had a quick power blip over here, and I lost internet, and now it's not coming back. So now I'm on my phone. So we're at the tail end of this. Did you guys discuss more about a site visit?
Yeah, I guess we figured it's not necessary.
It's
Rob,
if this is up to you guys. I told you I would be in favor of this if you needed it. But if you don't need it, then it is what it is.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Rob, there was a coup while you were off, and people suggested a 5-minute break.
Oh, all right. If everybody's happy with that, we can take a 5-minute break. I could use the bathroom. That would be
Yeah,
awesome.
I think we all can.
All right.
All right. So then let's do that. 5-minute break. We'll talk in 5 minutes.
All right.
Very
All
good.
right.
Bye.
So let's try. My internet came back from my PC. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna jump off of this one and come back on.
Um, Mr. Rosa, while waiting for the others, can I ask one more question?
No, not until everybody's back.
Okay.
Join code 40172.
Your phone.
All right, back. All right. Hello, everyone. Okay. That was wonderful. All right, who we got? We got Gregor. We got me. We got Steve. We got Mr. Baker Senior. We got Mr. Baker Jr. We got Mr. Baker Senior. Put you where you're supposed to be there. That's the board. Deb is here. There. All right, and there's my applicants. All right, I'm back. All right. All right, where did we leave off, board members? I'm sorry. Again, I'm sorry about the internet. It happens.
I know we left off that I guess we were leaning against doing a site visit.
Okay. All right, if everybody's okay with it. If everybody's okay with it, then Mr. Ramos had one more question. What do
Correct.
you want to ask, sir?
I'm sorry that I missed the beginning, because actually that's what's driving my question, because my wife, Scott, did get hit today at the top of Union Street where meets VFW Drive. So was traffic safety, such as that dangerous intersection, which has repeated accidents, taken into consideration? And would there be restrictions, which is when it's the larger trucks, not to be allowed to go up and down Forest Street or Greenwood Ave and the side streets here in the settled neighborhood?
Rob, if I may,
Please, sir. This is why I have you.
that was one of my things I wrote down for a condition. No trucks on Forest Street, Lincoln, Greenwood, Oregon, and all truck deliveries versus VFW or Union Street only.
Okay.
That would be one of my conditions.
And is there anything in consideration increasing the safety of when the trucks are coming through Union and when they get to the VFW intersection, because they stop sign, a lot of people, they only look to the left, they never look to the right. So a lot of cars will be running in front of these trucks quite often. Not a lot, but quite often a car may go through the stop sign. As if you look at the police report from today, my wife's car got hit because the person only looked one side, not the other, and hit her car coming up VFW Drive. And if somebody runs in front of a 18-wheeler, right, because they're increasing the risk of lives by having heavy trucks, increased volume of heavy trucks driving towards VFW Drive to take the left. And then the cars that are coming from south up North Union Street, they have to have the yield sign, and the increase of collision of them with trucks also will increase. If we take the safety into consideration.
I think I know what you're looking for. We can look at we can. I would think that we would be able to discuss this with the chief of police when it comes right down to it, because he's going to be the one that talks about signage and safety. that's something that we could definitely
Correct.
throw in as a condition if it came down to that.
But once this is approved,
You
it's
say
very difficult
once,
to
you
take
say
it back.
if. You say
If
if.
it's approved,
Yep.
right? It's hard to take it back.
If it's approved, it's hard to take it back.
Correct. Like they open the business and
Yep.
there's an increase of accidents and a couple of deaths, right? You cannot take it back. You cannot close the business. The insurance will deal with it. But us as a town, there's nothing we can do.
That's why basically for any and all special permits, we've been putting in review times.
Okay.
Again, it's depending on what the special permit is for, depending on what the business is, sometimes it's 6 months, sometimes it's a year.
Okay.
But
Okay.
if there's any time, and this goes for anything in this town, basically, if you have a complaint about something that's going on, that it's something that the building department, like if it's a zoning issue, you write a letter to the building department and he has to look at it. He has to address it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just voicing my concern about the safety, Mr. Rosa, because this North Union Street neighborhood, I don't know if you walk over here or not, is being rejuvenated, where there's a lot of toddlers. There's a lot of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years old. And as it is right now, they already have issues with people speeding up and down this road.
I know.
And adding the trucks is just, I think, it adds to it. I'm just concerned. I just want to make this a record, because if a bad accident happens, they could be a life on the decision that's made about this business.
That's something you should address to the police department.
I know, honestly. I mean, when it comes to the speeding that already happens up there, that's something that you need to address to the police department.
Yes.
And believe me, I know that there's already speeding on that section of road.
And you can look at the police records probably in the next couple of days. There was an accident, and that was my wife on top of Union Street.
And I feel for you, sir. I do understand that that's not great, but I understand your point in wanting to bring that up. So
this one there to be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, board members, I would entertain a motion then.
There's no other business. I would make a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, there's the motion. Do I have it? Do I have a second? Roll call. Mr. Tanzi?
Yes.
Myself is a yes. Mr. Baker Jr.?
Yes.
Mr. Galley?
Yes.
Mr. Baker Senior?
Yes.
All right, because I had to restart. There we go. It is actually up. All right.
So, Mr. Chairman, who seconded the motion?
I did.
I got a Mr. Baker. I got a Mr. Baker
okay.
Jr. So hearing none, board closed. Okay. Mr. Grady, the board will deliberate tonight. You are welcome to stay. You will receive a decision in the mail with a date stamp, 21 days from the date stamp on the decision. Go to the town clerk's office, request a certificate of no appeal. If no one has appealed, then the town clerk will give you a certification and a copy of the original decision. Take those to the registry of deeds and have them recorded. One of the conditions is always to show the building department proof of recording.
Understood.
All right. So we've already taken our bathroom break. So that's out. So we have the very first thing that was on to talk about. If there's really nothing to talk about on it, and if everybody's in favor of basically looking at it as our town council has stated, I would entertain a motion on this.
Make a motion to approve.
I got a motion to when it comes to a motion to approve, what I'd like to hear is a motion that the zoning board find that this change as presented by the applicant is insubstantial.
So moved.
Okay, we got that. So I got a Baker Senior as a so moved. So he's got the motion. I got Mr. Baker Jr. as the second. Roll call. Mr. Tanzi?
Yes.
Myself is a yes. Mr. Baker Jr.,
Yes.
Mr. Galley,
Yes.
Mr. Baker Senior.
Yes.
There you go. It's a insubstantial. So we ruled that it's an insubstantial change. Deb's going to have that, put that together. It sounds like because it's a decision, there's going to have to be an appeal period on this. Deb,
Is it just like a modification?
as far as I know, yes, but
Okay.
you know, it's modify. You're modifying You're modifying the comprehensive permit.
You're modifying one condition.
One condition.
Do you want to vote to modify that condition
Well,
as an
then
insubstantial change?
I would then I like what Deb's thinking here. She's covering our butts here. So I would entertain a motion to change said condition in the comprehensive permit to the language as provided by the applicant.
So
Yeah.
moved.
I'm just giving that to Baker Jr. Mr. Tanzi, I'll give you the second. Roll call, Mr. Tanzi.
Yes.
Myself is a yes, Mr. Baker Jr.
Yes.
Mr. Galley,
Yes.
Mr. Baker Senior.
Yes.
What else? You happy, Deb?
I'm happy.
Done. Mr. Feely, Attorney Feely, you good?
That's great. It's is a little blurry on appeal, but it would be 20 days from when it gets filed with the clerk, or 20 days from tonight.
20 days from when it gets filed with the clerk.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Not a problem, sir. All right.
Good luck.
So now we got to talk about Union Street. I ain't talking first.
I'll just throw out the first question.
Go for it.
I know it was asked. I don't really know if it was decided. They're trying to get an entrance for an light industrial use through a residential parcel.
Nope.
Is that a hiccup that we have to worry about?
It's not. No, so you got to understand there is no property line separation between the industrial versus the residential. It's all one big piece of property with a zone line that cuts it off, just like that piece on Forest Street that we had to deal with.
Yeah, I only asked because on Forest Street they segregated the residential from the industrial use, so I wasn't sure if that was that was voluntary on their part, but I wasn't sure if that was something that the applicant had to worry about on this one.
On this one, the applicant is removing the residential component.
Okay, yep. And I remember Attorney Galvin was saying you could use so much of a two-zone property for the other zone. So that makes sense. I just want to say it out loud and just know beyond a doubt.
No, absolutely. No, I dig it.
Thank you. That's the only comment I have so far.
What's everybody else saying? Mr. Baker Senior, you were very vocal on this, and I appreciate it. I appreciate it. This is this centralized on your knowledge of this area. So I want to hear what you have to say about it.
I have 7 things that I'd like to see on as part of conditions.
Okay.
That they have no outside material delivered to the property.
For outside firms and
Contract.
Yeah.
Outside contractors material.
Yeah.
Specifically fill materials?
Yes.
I would say any material.
Anything.
I don't want any contract. I wouldn't want any other contractors. I wouldn't want any other business storing anything on this site. While this is a single contract.
Down the flag place.
Yeah, this is a single contractor's site. Exactly. Mass sign. And this is no, we're not having that. We're not having that happen again. So I agree with. No other external contractors to be storing things on site.
And can we add to that, no processing of other contractors' materials on site as well?
Absolutely.
And maybe this is going to be another one of Mr. Baker's conditions. You said no outside materials, but we also want to, is it part of it, or will it be a separate condition? No outside contract, outside firms operating there. Like just say
that's a separate condition, Steve.
That's right. So I don't know if that was going to be another Mr. Baker's conditions, but
actually, and then the next one would be the emergency access off Lavina or Loretta. that it be they install a locked gate
Mhm.
with the fire department having a key
Mhm.
and the police department having access, and probably the sewer department in case there's a sewer break in there.
Mhm.
They can have access.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that makes sense, because we're, let me pull that plan up again. I wanted
The
to see
sewer
where-
line runs right through there, Rob,
Is it coming
right
right
at,
off?
right along that access road.
Uh,
Yeah, it goes in and then it goes to out to Union Street.
I saw that. I didn't know where it was coming from,
Yeah.
but that makes sense. Come on.
I'm not
Huh?
sure which way the flow goes. If it comes out of Union Street and through there, or I think it does, because the pump station's down the other end of Forest Street, down behind the apartments there on,
Oh, okay, yeah.
and I think it comes through behind all the people on.
Oh, yeah, there it is, right there.
Yeah.
It's a 20-foot wide sewer easement. Thing is going real slow. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
It does. It comes down behind all of those houses,
Yeah.
and then it goes out to Forest Street.
Yeah, it looks like it comes, what is that, Warren? All right, so yeah, the end of Warren, it comes off of the end of Warren, goes through private property, goes along the back of all those houses,
Mm-hmm.
crosses the property, and then follows property lines all the way out to
Union, right?
yeah. So that would actually, if that was the case, given the sewer department the keys, a key for emergency purposes,
Right.
that would help them. That would help them if there was ever a need to get out there.
Right.
I don't know if they would need an actual easement, an actual easement to get back there.
No, because they can drive on the easement.
They can drive on the easement.
The sewer easement is for them to get access out there.
Yeah, but I mean, you were thinking if the sewer department had the keys, they could use that for emergency purposes too. But technically, I think
Right.
for sewer access, they would actually need a physical easement, like a documented easement. Police and fire don't. So I mean, either way, it comes down to keys need to be given.
I think Kevin could talk to the sewer department
Oh yeah, no, I think there's
and
definitely
write something up,
All right, so we got that. That's a thought.
The next one would be stockpiles not more than 25 foot high.
Okay.
And I would like to see them put through the highway department, no jake breaking from VFW to their site. Jake breaking is when the trailer truck come in, they hit the engine stop button and it goes. You hear that all the time.
Do you honestly think they're even going to get up to 35 miles per hour by the time they get to VFW?
Yes, they do.
You think so?
Yep.
Rob, I hear it on East Water all the time.
Oh, do
Yes.
you really? Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Okay.
A lot of towns around, if you drive around like in Hanover, Hanson, Whitman, Hingham, they have no jake break zones.
Yeah, no, I know. And
Coming out of Landis, they don't allow them to jake break.
oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see the signs. I've never seen one in town though. I've never seen a no jake break
No,
sign.
there's none in the town.
All right, well, maybe there will be.
This will be the area to have it.
Okay.
So question, I'm sorry, question, would that require signage?
Yes.
But it comes down to require signage and where. Typically, when you're requiring signage, it's in relation to your site. It's either on your.
That would be up to the discretion of the highway superintendent.
There we go.
I'd
There
like
you
to see it at the top of Union Street coming up.
Yep.
From Sullivan's, so they probably put one down by just before Sullivan's,
Okay.
and then probably one between Forest and VFW, and then one down the end.
No, it makes sense. Makes sense.
And have the owners let their guys know that, you know, because some of the signs say quiet zone, no jake breaking.
Yeah. Yep. Before I hate to do this because we're kind of on a roll at this point, but a lot of this talk about conditions and stuff like that, it's kind of useless unless we look at the fact that the driveway is going through the residential zone.
Oh, we got to get to section six.
I would rather, and I hate talking about it, but I think I think we should really talk about the section 6 finding before anything else.
You're right.
You know, in the grand scheme of things, I kind of understand why he's doing this, or why the building inspector wanted to do this. It's not so much the fact that it's a driveway, it's the fact that it's a change of the use of a driveway. Currently, the driveway that's there is used to service a residential piece of property. The driveway that's being proposed is a change of that use because now it's going to be servicing an industrial section of the same piece of property. So that's what he was talking about. That's why he sent it to us. It's the change of use of this driveway. The driveway is allowed.
Mhm.
All right, you're allowed to access. You're forced to access your piece of property through your frontage. This is the frontage for this piece of property. So I don't know. I don't know if it's one of those situations where it's a catch-22, but that's the frontage for this piece of property. That's where it's supposed to be accessed. So
And the other thing is if we didn't get the access on Union Street,
Mhm.
by right, he could access it through that neighborhood.
Exactly.
That neighborhood is industrial at the end of that.
It's one way or another, he's getting access to his piece of property. I mean, there's nothing that we can't stop him from accessing his piece of property. It's a matter of what the best solution is. And in the grand scheme of things, it's less detrimental to access it off of Union Street than it would be to access it off Levin. Can we agree with that? I'm not saying that as a motion or anything like that, but I think that's a way of it. That's one way of looking at it.
I agree, Mr. Chairman, and just looking at 41533, I don't see any provisions there or any requirements there that are not met by the applicant's request.
Has been, I think, from day one, the applicant's representatives, not argument, but what he's been saying from the beginning. He can't see where he's violating the section 33 there, dot 33. I agreed with him. I wavered back and forth. Until I started thinking about the use of the damn thing. And that's kind of what makes sense. So I don't know. That's the way that I look at it is the way that I'm looking at it is less detrimental to all the neighborhoods to come through Union Street than it would be to come through Levin. Because
the one potential issue is safety concerns, but those concerns would be exacerbated by using the other location rather than the Union Street.
Yeah, Lavina would be a nightmare.
Yeah, no, and he has the right to do it. So, and again, when it comes to what roads can handle what, that the whole Warren, Ward, Lavina, that whole section, that was never meant to handle that kind of, any kind of truck traffic.
Yeah.
That's a minor road, that's a minor roads. I have no idea what the pavement width is, or the pavement thickness is. I know that the streets are narrow. I know that they're very, very narrow. So I know that that's an issue. Again, is
There hard right turns in there too. Hard right turns and left turns in there.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I've been through there, so I know that area. That to me is a thick.
And the pavement's only probably 4 to 5 inches.
There you go. See, and again, to me, that's the thickly settled mayor. I know MGL talks about the average of 200 feet over this, that, the other thing, but going back 35 years, when I was getting my driver's license, it was always if houses were 30 feet, were closer than 30 feet. That was a thickly settled thing. I don't know. I think that I remember that. There's a lot of useless information that I remember, but I think I remember that clearly. If they've changed it, or if 200 feet is the number, I think it was over an average of a quarter mile or something like that. The average house distance, I measured all these. The average house distance up there is greater than 40 feet. From house to house. That's the average number. I would say if I had to.
Frozen.
Like 87% or 89% of the houses up there are greater than 40 feet apart. So to me, that's not a thickly settled neighborhood. But again, if you want to look at state law, which is kind of what we have to look at, then yeah, and there's the 200, the less than 200, it's less than 200 feet for an average of a quarter mile or whatever the hell it was. I looked that up. I looked that up while we were talking. So again, when you compare the two neighborhoods, I think Mr. Grady said it the best. The Warren, the Lavina neighborhood, that's considerably more thickly settled than up on Union Street. So
I agree.
I don't know. So I did come out and say that I was very, I hate that trip calculator thing. I hate that because it doesn't really tell the truth. It is a very, very conservative program, which that's fine. That's fine. You should be conservative in situations. But here, I mean, I know what's going to happen. If there's let's say there's 8 employees, all right, let's say maybe down the line, they pick up an office administrator that sits there and answers the phones and deals with company emails and writes the checks and this, that. So maybe that's somebody else that you got to think about. But still, that would only end up being 3 people on site regularly. I hear the one trailer trip per week. If that, I hear that and I understand that. I would say regularly 1, but occasionally there would be 2. I guarantee it. You can't plan it. You can't plan for everything. You can't manage your mobilization that easy. It doesn't work that way. There's software to help you do that, but it doesn't take into real world situations sometimes. So is there going to be tractor trailer traffic? Yes. Is there going to be a pickup that comes and grabs the sign thing? If the sign trailer's sitting there, yeah, they're going to have to come and pick that up because that's not going to sit on on another construction site or one of the other staging yards all the time. This is the home base. This is like the main staging area, but they have other areas that they utilize. So I hear what they're saying. I do hear what they're saying about the minimal usage of said driveway. So that's another way to look at it. I'm talking too much. Somebody else talk, please.
Well, I was just making a note that you can't access the industrial portion of the site without going through some residential area, no matter where you are.
Mhm.
So that would be like, that'd be a major hardship that you'd preclude anybody from the use of that land unless you access it via a helicopter or something crazy like that. I mean, so they have to have some access.
Yeah.
Egress. I mean, that's just Commonwealth land law.
Mhm. And I appreciate what Mrs. Parsons said about case law, but that's not state law, that's case law. So it's not, we can take it into consideration, but it's not something that we have to really go by. We know that it exists. And if it was state law, okay, then I can see it being state law. But I can see denying the section 6 or however that ends up working based on the fact that it's state law, but it's not state law. So I look at it as, if we deny him the ability to do this, you're literally, that almost constitutes, this is a lot, it constitutes an illegal taking by the town. It could, it's an arguable point, but it could constitute an illegal taking by the town, because this was the same situation when what was it, not the same situation, but it's along the lines of the situation that we had with 1015, it was 1015 Hingham Street. That secondary access onto Hingham Street.
Yeah.
I wanted to cut that off. I still don't think it's necessary. I honestly still do not think that it's necessary.
Because they have the traffic light.
They have the traffic light. That's why I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah.
But Attorney Galvin, when I said that, he busted right in and said, you can't do that. You can't deny him access through his frontage because it would constitute an illegal town taking. That's what he said.
Yep.
This is different situation. This is different circumstances.
Well, Rob, look at the industrial park by us. There's a 40B subdivision that's accesses that same driveway out back
through an industrial piece of property.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's literally the other way around, and they have no frontage whatsoever.
Yeah.
So,
well, actually, they have the frontage out on Beach Street.
No, see,
area is all
I had to look at that. They don't.
No, I thought they owned that.
Now the industrial piece, there's no road there. That industrial piece goes all the way out to Beach Street, and there's no formal road there. So the section that technically looks like it goes through residential technically isn't there. Based on a zoning map that I saw, I believe that if you go back and if you look at older zoning maps, you're not going to see a connection there. You're not going to see a connection between the I-2 and Beach Street. You're going to see nothing but residential all the way up and down Beach Street. So it's the same type of situation, but again, I think there may have been a zoning change at some point that changed that zoning to make that, to make that work. So, but it's the same, but I thank you, Greg, for bringing that up, because while it's not the same, it's reverse of what's going on. You've got a landlocked piece of property in the RS2 213 zone. I don't even know what it is, but it's the senior housing zone. All right. And that's that's Beechwood Village. That has no frontage on any public road whatsoever. And the site is accessed through I-2 property. So it's the reverse of what's happening, but it's the same kind of concept. I don't know. I'm still talking. Stop making me talk, dude.
So what kind of motion do we need, Mr. Chairman, to address the driveway issue?
We need to look at the section. The first thing that we need to decide is that is this the right place for a section 6 finding? Is this not as detrimental? And again, the way that I'm looking at it, I need to make sure everybody's cool with this. The way that I'm looking at it is this less detrimental going through the residential onto Union Street? Is that less detrimental than forcing them to go out through Lavina? How do you pronounce that? Is it Lavina?
Lavina. It's pronounced Lavina.
So that's
everybody calls it.
Yeah, I would say yes, it is less detrimental.
Yes.
It is less detrimental.
Definitely.
It's not
Yeah.
saying that the Union Street is not detrimental. It's just saying it's less detrimental than the alternative.
Exactly. I believe that the section said that the section 6 finding can be used that way. In the end, we know that what's going to end up happening is there's going to be, and I'm going to use the word slightly more traffic. All right. There's going to be slightly more traffic. It was brought out during the meeting that there is a guy down there that's running a landscaping company doing the same thing. He's accessing it through a residential piece, and he's got everything up in the back. So there's already somebody that's doing it, whether they're doing it by permit or whatever, I don't know, but there's already somebody that's doing it down there.
There's also a tree company up there too.
There's a tree company?
Yes.
Okay, that I don't know. That I don't know about. It didn't really come out at the
small guy.
But still, if it's there, he's operating. So and now you can't talk, Mauricio. You can't talk. You can't talk. The open portion is closed. Thank you. So in the grand scheme of things, I know that they were also talking about, people speeding and stuff like that. Believe me, I know. I've done work. I've done work down on Forest Street, and I know that people are speeding up and down that road. And the only people that access that road are really the people that live up there. So if people are speeding up and down that road, it's the people that live there. I know that people are coming down the end of the road and they're parking there to go walk through to go walk through Southfield and stuff like that, to go through the gate that's not really a gate and go through Southfield. I know that that's happening too. But the people that live down there are the ones that are speeding down there. It's not, and if it's not them specifically, then it's the people that are going up there to access the homes. Their friends, their boyfriends, their girlfriends, whatever it is. I don't know. I've seen it. I've seen it personally. So I think when it comes right down to it, he's going to be a good neighbor. So it's, again, going too far. Stop making me talk. So I would entertain a motion to grant the section 6 finding based on the fact that it is less detrimental to have them come out onto Union Street than it would be to come out on Lavinia.
So moved.
Second.
I got a motion. I got a second. Roll call, Mr. Tanzi.
Yes.
Myself is a yes. Mr. Baker Jr.
Yes.
Mr. Galley.
Yes.
Mr. Baker Senior.
Yes.
There's the section 6 finding. Now it's the special permit. All right. Again, we've already talked about some conditions.
The one thing I had is I'm not sure if we can restrict the truck traffic. I think that has to go through a review process
Uh-huh.
to have no commercial vehicles over 2.5 ton allowed.
Well, that's an exclusion.
Right.
That's a heavy construction vehicle exclusion, and that's a
That's a tough thing to do.
we can't do that. That has to come from the state.
Right.
Is that something,
wouldn't
is that
wanna do
something
that.
that can be, hold on, is that something that can be required through site plan review?
I don't think so.
No. I've been saying, I'd love to put the condition on there, but I don't think we'd have a leg to stand on, the town.
No, we don't. And I'll be honest with you, we're all good at what we do, but on the backside, I don't think any of us have the experience or knowledge to be able to do that. To be able to say that that road can't handle XYZ trucks, this, that, the other thing. I know that the width on that road is huge. He didn't label it on the plan, so I don't know what the width of Union Street is. But
I think it's 50 feet.
my gut feeling is it's at least 50 feet. So
I know.
So I got a question.
I know a 10-foot plow has to go 3 times down it each way.
What do you got, Steve?
You're talking about like weight limits of the trucks coming down there. So would that be a Rockland Highway Department or like a state highway department that would say no vehicles over so much weight can go down this road? Who would actually set up that rule or put up a sign of that, like make that rule?
That would be through Mass DOT. You're talking about an exclusion, a heavy construction vehicle exclusion. But if you put that on the road, if the state put that on the road, that would put this guy out of business.
Right. That's what I mean. So if Rockland's not going to do it,
No,
it's out of our hands anyway, right?
Right.
We weren't talking on Union Street, just Forest, Lincoln.
Yeah, I think
Greenwood,
we'll get.
Oregon.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I don't want to.
think
I don't want to go
necessary.
to a state level on that. I think using the conditions that we'd already talked about no truck traffic associated with this site and again all the roads with the Loretta, Lavinia, because isn't there like 5 roads down there, like 5 or 6?
You're talking the roads between Union and VFW, all those roads.
Yeah, all those roads, Lincoln, this, that, the other thing. I mean, all those roads, Forest, what else? Mr. Baker, what did you say? Did you say Oregon? You said Oregon and
Oregon and Greenwood.
Okay. So yeah, any and all side streets between the project site and
VFW Drive.
And definitely VFW Drive.
This is
we can probably list out the streets and stuff like that. And that's an easy street list. That's an easy street list. So I like that. The storage of materials. We already talked about not storing somebody else's materials, but when it comes to
Deb had her hand up.
Huh? Oh,
Deb's
Deb.
had her hand up.
What you got?
To play devil's advocate here, say he's precluded from accessing his site through Union Street. You can't prevent him from accessing his site through Lavina, whatever it is. Correct?
You mean like if something happened, like a tree fell over and blocked the driveway?
No. I'm saying like, say for some reason he's precluded from using Union Street to access his property.
Right, but he's not.
You mean like again, if the state put in a law that said you couldn't drive a truck over a certain size?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, we're not
But then
there.
again-
If they're gonna do it to Union Street, they're sure as heck gonna do it to the other streets too.
But you can't preclude him from accessing his property though.
Right, we're not.
we
the
weren't
state,
saying,
if the state is going to not allow specific trucks to specific size trucks to get up and down the road, we're not doing it. The state is. The state is based on the size of the vehicle. And I hear where you're going. I do hear where you're going, but there's nothing in our bylaw right now that says that he can't do it. There's no state statute that says that he can't do it.
Okay.
And we looked at it, and we've already made the determination that accessing it through through the residential section of his lot from Union Street to the I-2 is less detrimental to the neighborhoods than if you were to go through Levant. So I don't think there's anything, and after that, I don't know if there's anything that can preclude him from doing it. So, but I hear where you're going.
I'll say one thing: if all the big trucks were coming up Union Street from the VFW side that everyone's afraid of, if there was like a caravan coming every day, everyone on that stretch of that dead end would be really happy for Union Street to open up to the Delahunt Parkway.
Right.
They would change their minds.
It's exactly. No, you know it. I know it. I mean, it's that's a definite.
Yeah.
But it's still not at this point. It's not going to happen that way. There's not going to be that kind of traffic. But you are 100% right. If that were to happen, if the traffic were to increase that much, oh yeah, his best access would be through Union Point. All right, I want to talk about storage of his stuff. All right, we've talked about construction materials. I think we've said this in the past with other conditions. Storage of construction materials as deemed approved by the Conservation Commission. Because it's going to, and where he's got it, it's going to be right. It's going to be kind of right up in and around the Concom area, and it's construction materials. We know what construction materials are. Okay, there's going to be some water pipe. There's going to be some additional. There's going to be some other Jersey barriers that they may need to take to another site. There's going to be some sand. There's going to be some gravel. There's going to be some loam. There's going to be some mulch. We're not talking concrete. Saying the stuff that we don't want out there is concrete, bituminous concrete, dirty dirt. What else? Mr. Baker, as a senior, help me here. What else don't we want out there?
road millings.
Okay. Because that's really what I'm coming down to is all the stuff that we know that contractors could potentially store out there, but that we don't want out there.
That's why.
Okay. So again,
leaves and debris. That stuff really reeks when it starts breaking down, especially when you turn it over. It smells like you're in a cow farm.
Oh yeah, no, you did. No, I dig that. So, and there's Deb, are you making a list of some of the things that we're talking about here? Okay. All right. So
the other thing I wanted to talk about is if they get all their approvals, work on the site. Are we gonna limit their hours
of doing site work to get the building up?
Yes.
And the clear cutting and whatever they're going to do for whatever they're going to do for clear cutting and this, that, the other thing, and grading that they're going to do out there. Oh, hell yeah.
I would say 7 a.m. until dusk.
Okay.
Because you notice now it's not getting dark at 4:30.
Yep. And that's Monday through Friday. And then what about weekends?
No, we'll do Saturdays too. We'll put 7 a.m. to dusk Monday through Friday.
Okay.
Yep.
And then Saturday 7 to 2.
Bob, are you talking hours of operation or?
No, for doing
the hours during the
pipe work.
construction phase.
Okay.
Because
But consider that in the summer, dusk can be 8 o'clock.
Could be 8:30.
Yeah, and I
But
don't,
if we put 6 o'clock, like tonight, they could have worked until 6 o'clock, but they'd be in the dark. The machines they'd have to have their lights on to work in the dark, and they'd be shining into the neighbors.
So dusk, hold on, so dusk or 6 o'clock, whatever comes sooner.
Right.
Okay.
Is that, Mr. Baker Jr., does that?
it does.
Okay.
Yes, that was a good suggestion, Rob.
All right, so that works. We already
Now,
know
can-
their hours. We already said they
Well,
already.
can I address hours of operation?
Oh, please, that's exactly where that's where I was going.
And as was obvious from my questioning, I had trouble with that working over or past the closing hours, basically at their discretion. What I would recommend as a condition, or what I would request as a condition, is that let's see, where was I? The hours of operation shall be as listed on the application with no operations allowed prior to or after those designated hours. In other words, nothing happens before 7 and nothing happens after 6 on Monday through Friday. And then on Saturdays, it's 7 to 2, I think it was, or whatever.
Yeah. I thought it was 3:30, but
Three.
it's,
Yeah, no, that's-
Yeah, I wrote down 3:30.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you're right. But so on Saturdays, nothing before 7, nothing after 7 at 3:30.
and then nothing on Sundays.
Nothing on Sundays or other holidays either.
Illegal holidays.
Yeah, well, they had listed, I think, 12 holidays. I think that pretty much covers it.
How about no starting of heavy equipment or tractor trailers?
Before 7 o'clock.
I was gonna say probably before 8 o'clock.
Uh,
I know, but I'm trying to think of everybody around us. All right, and
Well, if you're giving them a starting date hour of operation at 7, but they can't turn anything on until 8. Or you can just switch it, start the workday at 8, period.
but Rad's opens at 6 o'clock in the morning.
What does?
Rad's,
they do?
yes.
Oh, wow. I had no idea on that one.
Mm-hmm. And the skating rink's open 24/7.
I didn't know that either.
Yes.
Wow.
Well, the application, they're asking for 7 to 6.
Yeah.
That's fine. But again, nothing outside those hours on weekdays, nothing outside the stated hours on Saturday.
Remember the gas station on Water Street, and they were talking about the hours?
Yeah.
Because they're right next to residences.
Yep.
What were the hours approved for deliveries and such?
I think it was 5 o'clock, wasn't
I
it?
think it was 5 too, 5 a.m.
And then they are next to houses.
I didn't approve that.
No.
Fell through anyway.
Well, and when that came up, because if I had any kind of an arm, I could throw a baseball from my house to that gas station.
Yeah.
There is audible traffic there at 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it seems like if those people are going to be bothered at 5 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning seems reasonable for them to operate their vehicles on Union Street.
And I pull back my comment. Then I'll live with that. I'll live with that 7. I'll pull back. I'll pull back.
And one other thing, and we've talked about it, and I think we're all in agreement, that there would be no gasoline, diesel fuel, or oil stored on the property.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll condition it, even though.
The only thing is, when they change the oil in the machines in the garage, they usually pump it out of a 55-gallon drum. Because some of those machines take 20, 25 gallons of fuel. Not fuel, but oil.
Don't they need a permit for that though, right?
To store, yes. They would have to get a permit from the fire department.
That's pretty specific. We're talking about, we're talking about.
No outside, outside storage, no outside storage of any petroleum products.
Okay.
New or used.